Oh, wrong avatar. But how's everyone doing tonight? This is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And shoot, the Thor avatar's up there, but this will give me a chance to advertise our entertainment channel for the Habitual Line Steppers, the Black Dimension. I do have the link posted like maybe 2 or 3 times in my community tab, and please, by all means, check my community tab out. Uh, I'll use that one tonight. All right, how's everyone doing? As always, every week that I wait to do one of these shows, especially on Friday, um, I look forward to it. Just didn't know what I was going to talk about an hour ago. So I realized I never touched on cancel culture. But before I get started, tell y'all something for those of you who tune in weekly. And if you're tuning in right now, yes, you are definitely watching the right show. Do not adjust your uh, devices, I guess. Yeah. Um, I probably won't be bringing you 1 or 2 of the weekend shows. Uh, Also saying this for the people who go back and watch the on demands right after these videos upload after the lives go off. Saying this also, yeah, 1 or 2 of the shows will not be done next week. I think I'm definitely going on Sunday, but I will be out of town at a birthday party of my in-laws. So, um, yeah. So, anyway, how's everyone doing? I'll talk about cancel culture, and I would basically say how it relates to us. Let me get some shout outs in the chat. Uh, I was quite late, so Alongo Savage is probably not here, but he'll probably be back later on. Sir Anthony, shout out. Long live the habitual line steppers. And Topaz presents Neo Nubian's Nuances. How you doing tonight? Thank you for coming. Um, yeah. So let's get started. Cancel culture. Cancel culture is very interesting because I don't see how something so hollow and so it's so I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. Because you got to be careful of the words that you say, even on YouTube, places like Facebook, Twitter. Oh, Twitter, yeah. I've talked about these kinds of things before, but not so much in a way that focuses on just cancel culture itself. And no, I mean, I thought about it because of the Dr. Seuss thing, but that's not the whole reason. So just because they canceled, which is a joke, uh, 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 just because they canceled a couple of Dr. Seuss books doesn't mean that all of a sudden that I'm alarmed and it's oh my god, it's time to just pack up and go. It's not now. That's now I don't too particularly care about Dr. Seuss books. It's just the whole point. Shout out to Ray Alexander. What's going on? Um, I don't know. I guess cancel culture is they say it's to protect people and try to establish this words hurt mentality. Uh, Saying that words can be triggering and words can set off some reactions that might make a person hang themselves in the middle of their room. And I do understand that people like that exist. Yes, that people that, depending on what you say to them, they might break down. They might cry for a few hours. They might even go as far as to, kill themselves. Such as in the case of a lot of children for some reason when they get bullied at school. Now, I'm not making light of that. I'm not making light of that. Whenever a child does something to themselves because of bullying, that is not a joke. But at the same time, I have to approach it like, it's like, what are the parents? How are the parents teaching their kids so they can resist things like that. But that's another conversation, and that is more serious and a little bit darker than I kind of wanted to go tonight. But I just want to let y'all know where like a lot of this cancel culture stuff comes from. Is because they'll use unfortunate instances like that to back up a narrative that really is intended to control free speech, which is a much deeper agenda that we face on a day to day basis. Shout out to Little Cupcake Gotcha Movies. How are you doing tonight? Um, One thing that I do notice is cancel culture. If like years and years ago, and people used to fault me for this. You know, like early 30s, maybe I used to tell people, you don't want to shut the races up. You want to you want to know who the racist people are. If I could look at a person, and I'm not going to pull this black people can be racist too bullshit. I'm not pushing that narrative on this channel. It's like I'm it's like that. That'll be another conversation. Because I talked to a guy today. Oh, black people can be racist too. Yeah, I mean, black people can be affected by racism in negative ways that causes little self hate episodes, but it's not really racism, right? Like that, you know. When I think of racism, I think of slavery and just about everything that happened afterwards. You know, that's what I think of when it comes to racism. You know, and people may fault me for thinking that way, but screw you. I mean, it's I don't know. When people start saying stuff like that, I always ask them what part of the country were you in when the civil rights movement was happening and people were getting lynched and killed. But cancel culture spawned from not wanting to know who the racists were. So every time somebody got on social media, a white person said the N word, we'll let everybody know who they were, and they lost their jobs. Which I don't care about that. I don't care about people getting canceled that way. That to me, that's good canceling. Hey, think what you want about that. I don't care about racist people at all. I mean, because racist people have racist relatives that's probably done worse racist things than they have. I mean, think about it. There's a whole history of this stuff. So cancel them motherfuckers all day. Cancel people like David Duke. Cancel people like Amber Geiger. Yeah, and the reason why I'm bringing up a name like Amber Geiger. Remember who Amber Geiger is? Any of you? I mean, she was all over the news like over a year ago. And really for the past 2 years. But Amber Geiger, she is the cop that walked into Botham Jean's apartment and gunned him down and made the excuse that she thought it was her apartment. Yeah, and she got 10 years in prison, which a lot of people thought was a light sentence to have ended the young man's life the way she did. And yeah, 10 years is a light sentence for murdering someone. But just so you guys know and understand, and I'll probably do a little video on this, Amber Geiger has been granted an appeal. So, like I said, this is where we are in this country. Amber Geiger has been granted an appeal for taking a young man's life in the prime of his life. So, yeah, I want to give y'all something to chew on for a little bit. Yeah. So, anyway, shoot. Yeah, why have we canceled racism yet? We canceled people for everything else. Shout out to Rogish the Build Monger, Kevin Murray, Maurice. It says most black people in the community are white supremacists. Yeah, we can argue we can, that can be argued. It's a debatable thing. But yeah, to the supremacist point, racist. You know, I wouldn't say racist, but from that point of view, I could see that. What's going on? Really, David Duke still doing his thing. Last time I seen David Duke was like, I don't know, a few years ago on Fox News. I don't know if he's still a Fox News pundit. Like I said, I really don't care. I mean, but he really had strong conservative views for what he was trying to say, like for him supposedly being a reformed Klansman. But yeah, why didn't like why if he had a brutal history like that, why was he even on Fox News to begin with? When he was on Fox News, why wasn't he canceled? Yeah, a lot of people always slip through the cracks. That's why I feel like that we don't cancel the right things or the right people. And what group of people always canceling folks? Well, we can get into all of that tonight. Uh, but let's talk about a more localized canceling struggle. And there's really an attempt at canceling. Some of you may not want to hear this. Some of you may get mad, but uh, there have people in the black sector of YouTube that has been trying to get the Black Manosphere canceled. I mean, you can agree or disagree. Some of you out there listening to this might be saying, well, the Black Manosphere need to be canceled. You know, some of y'all out there might be like, Kev, I see what you mean. Type in Black Manosphere in your YouTube search engine. Like I do that sometimes. I'm like, okay, I got. Sometimes I'll be like, hey, you know what? I got 30 minutes on my hand. Let me try something real quick. In fact, I'll go ahead and do it now. Not that I'm advertising anyone or anything, but let me make my intention clear. I'm not trying to help anyone. I'm not advertising anyone. I'm not clout chasing. But what the fuck ever. We're people that are of a knee jerk reaction. So, you know, I started putting two words together when I talk to our people sometime on social media: pocket reality. When you can't win the argument, make up some pocket reality principle and you'll win in your head anyway. Not to say all do that, but there are some intelligent people as well. Let me see. All right. Let me see. All right, I'll be dropping a link in a few minutes. So, Rogish, if you're still here, I mean, if only if you could do it, if you got your capabilities or whatever. But Ray, also, if you're still in the chat. Yeah. All right. Okay, we're on YouTube. So you see various people that I'm subscribed to is on. You some folks, you see, I'm kind of a geek. But let me put Black Manosphere. Oh, see all kinds of stuff pop up. All right. See, I don't even have to scroll down the screen, and you already see some negative shit. Um, so this video at the bottom, incels, SYSBM, and MGTOW, Black Manosphere, you will continue to be womanless. Boom. But the irony is, right now, guys that consider Black Manosphere that is on your YouTube channel right now is married. So shut the fuck up. You know, with all due respect, man, you know, you built the viewership or whatever, but goddamn, man, that shit is so fucking inaccurate. Stop, nigga. You know? Oh, here we go, another one. The Black Manosphere is a joke. League of Darkness. Okay, all right, buddy. Whatever. Black Manosphere Dogma. Black women smear black men on daytime talk shows. Oh, here we go. Another one. I saw somebody that out the Black Manosphere, middle-aged tough guys. Yes, because everybody in the Black Manosphere is over 45, 50 years old. Good job, brother. And that's my boy LAR movement right there. Good guy. Real good guy. But like I said, look at this bullshit already. Like, um, see. And I mean, there's people that's close to the space that know people in this space that do that same bullshit. Can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop, like Diddy. It's like, here's the inefficiency of that shit. Like, trying to get the Black Manosphere canceled. It's not succeeding. And it's like, the more and more the more and more that it doesn't succeed, the louder the crying and the whining gets. I mean, it's not going to happen. But you know what? You know what really bothers me about people like that? They'll start throwing in little words like rape and pedophilia. Because if you want to take black men down in any kind of WS way, you bring up rape and pedophilia. You don't even have to have evidence in Western culture. If you accuse someone of rape or pedophilia, people act like they don't even need evidence sometimes. One thing I do discover, if they don't like you, they don't care about the truth. Now, if anyone feels called out, whatever, have the courage to talk to somebody in this space to tell them what your problem is. A lot of people have done it, but they'll still go back to their space. Wham, 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 wham. Couple dudes today. One dude gonna talk about fatherlessness in the Black Manosphere. But the irony is, the guy talking right now had a father in his life that still calls him to this day. That's still married to his mother. What the fuck are these guys talking about? If anything, if fatherlessness is displayed anywhere, if daddy issues are displayed anywhere, is the people who bitch about black men. Like the fuck? Leadership is not, oh, I take all of your projections and then get canceled for it. Shit, I've been canceled in a lot of spaces on Facebook. I've said that before. There are some places in Facebook I can't go without hearing about me creating a group just to bash black women. How does one do that? How does one get canceled for letting black men and black women speak? How does that happen? You know how stupid that sounds? I let both speak, yet since I wouldn't silence a few people, oh, I made a group that bashed black women. And yeah, I've heard that rape pedophilia bullshit too. Y'all condone it. Like, shut up. You have no proof. Show me some proof. I ain't got to show you proof. Everybody knows. I don't give a fuck what everybody knows. Proof. People be saying everybody know. It just be them talking. I don't know. I don't know. People are smart. People are intelligent. Black people are beautiful. But a lot of us can be stupid. Here's how I feel like black people handle cancel culture. Black people handle cancel culture by looking at the TV first and see who everybody's mad at. that's how we handle it. Is we don't do it from a standpoint that we have a mind of our own. We go along with whoever everyone else cancels, which really honestly isn't a good look. But okay, if you want to be part of the in crowd, and yeah, that's what like all of that cancel culture shit is. That's what all this anti Black manosphere shit is. It's an in crowd thing. Honestly, man, most of you that some of you are cool people and you have your views about the Black manosphere. I mean, or whatever. Other y'all, man, you need to clarify yourselves a little bit more. And to me, a lot of you come from a very weak position. Very weak. Uh, don't care to say to sugarcoat this at all. Because like y'all go in y'all other spaces and like say the dumbest shit. These guys will never get submission. Okay. Why are it's like why are you guys yapping about submission? It's like they saying that everybody's always crying about submission in the Black manosphere. It's like where are these conversations? Is y'all the one really crying about it? If you're not gonna submit, don't submit. I don't give a fuck. These guys are over there talking about submission and oh yeah. Oh, what's the narrative y'all been spreading lately? I saw a TikTok like in this attempt to get Black men and the Black manosphere canceled. Because that's what it is. You're trying to get the Black manosphere canceled. Because number one, we live in a culture bred with WS. And for those of you who don't know what WS is, white supremacy. Any thought of Black men leading just bothers you. And you think it's justified. And you come up with every little thing that you can do to solidify your position. Even if you gotta lie and you gotta slander people, even if you gotta be heterophobic, because I think that is it when you call a guy who has to actually tell you that no, whatever you're saying, stop. I'm a heterosexual. I've said this again and again. See, the first thing that Black people say is, oh, why you gotta say it? After they've called you gay a million times. Okay, guys, I'm heterosexual. Oh, why you gotta say you straight? Oh, you must be gay. Like any way to win the goddamn argument. So we probably need to stop. Like I would say it's a homophobic attack because yeah, you are weaponizing somebody's lifestyle and you're using it to slander another person. But then again, it's heterophobic because you're denying a person their identity in that sense. So yeah, it is a bunch of heterophobia in this space. I mean, people can laugh all they want. People can do this little bullshit that they always do and try to, and once again, like I said, pocket reality. But I haven't exaggerated about anything I've talked about. This is literally what people do to try to get the Black manosphere or any free thinking, intelligent Black man who is a 5% a critical thinker. Y'all, you do that to any Black man that does that. And this is not me victimizing Black men. This is me saying that I'm going to continue to say whatever the fuck I want to say. I can be respectful. But it's like, okay, if you disrespect me 10 times, don't try to get me canceled if I disrespect you once after those 10 times. Because see, remember, we're not victimizing anyone here. This is a back and forth. And please, for the love of God, that word, stop getting words from the other side. Yeah, I kind of lost myself on that one. Let me regroup. I might need for this to be a conversation. Cause see, there's so much to say. There's so much to say about this little thing. It's like My point, really, honestly, the goal of this broadcast is for me to just let my people know that you ain't got to get pulled into everything that everyone else gets pulled into. I mean, we're all as a group of, and I really hate saying this, we're a group of people of color. Ew. I'd rather say black than people of color. I'm just saying, yeah, we as black people, we've been born in, and unfortunately, we've been bred in WS, and it has affected some of us more than others, and we adopt everything that this Western culture throws at us. Everything. And no, I'm not talking about interracial dating because black people have done enough to each other to really just kill that whole argument. So, I mean, if you're single and you're mad about interracial dating, please go find you some happiness. If you're with somebody and you're upset about interracial dating, go have sex with your spouse or your girlfriend or boyfriend right now, because it's really none of your goddamn business. I mean, if you're a hypocritical swirler, I'll make fun of you. That ain't gonna never end. And you can call that hypocritical all you want. I still don't care about who you date. It's just how you react to what narrative that you spread when you get on these platforms. That's where the conversation is going to come in. Now let's talk about who's not getting canceled. All right, Lisa Ray made this statement like a few weeks ago. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. Lisa Ray said something to the effect of black women, well, Taylor Swift don't get canceled for sleeping with a lot of men like black women do, or something like that. And I was like, that's an outright lie. No one's canceling black women. If any black woman is pushing that, they're just trying to victimize black women. And it's just like, I really don't like when black women try to sit here and have this little thing that they try to out victim everyone. Shit, stupid. And Lisa Ray furthered that. Hmm. So let me share the screen again. What am I drinking? I just drank a caramel macchiato because I cut my shows short early last week because I was sleepy, really sleepy. So I much rather not go through that this week. I much rather be aware so I can consistently deliver a quality show to you guys. And I do care about you guys. I mean, uh, in a viewership way. But here's a headline. Lisa Ray claims black women can't go through men like Taylor Swift without being canceled. Says an adult film ruined their career. The fuck? Okay, sorry, Kiss. Don't get too excited too early. Um, okay, no one cancels black women. No one does. What black women do is every time women in general act like hoes, especially black women, you uplift those women. You make those women an example. Like Cardi B going to talk to Joe Biden. Like, that's what you do. And sometimes people, like some of us black men, we're like, well, that's a hoe. It's like, what are you? What's going on? I mean, we don't expect you to take Pookie out of the hood. I mean, that's WS Media doing that. I was like, but let me. I'm gonna read it again. Lisa Ray claims black women can't go through men like Taylor Swift without being canceled. Says an adult film would ruin their career. Like, like that means like what 99% of black women gotta get canceled. No, I'm just playing. Uh, I mean, what the fuck? That's a lie. That is an outright lie. And okay, as far as how adult films work out for black women, Ask Jania Foxworth. Ask Lawrence Fishburne's daughter, who never had a career anyway, but she's the daughter of a high-profile figure. Jania Foxworth was the daughter that disappeared on Family Matters. It is not that it ruins your career, it just really sticks to you. But think about it though. Why would you? And I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I wish I could show you the screenshot because I hate when people say I see people saying this because that's what the debate technique that a lot of people that hate black men use. I've seen a lot of black men say that they canceled this, they canceled Lori Harvey, or they canceled Megan Thee Stallion. I've seen a lot of black men. Black men aren't canceling them; they just talking about them hoes. It's like shit. I mean, like, the argument might be, oh, black men cancel Serena Williams. No, we point out the hypocrisy of the entire situation. Most when we talk about women like this is because there's some stupid point being made that is up for debate. It ain't hating women. So no, black men aren't canceling black women. Black men don't cancel black women. Like that's who they really when they talk about these things, that's who they really trying to point the finger at. Because honestly, if you're saying black women in terms of other races, I'm not gonna really care. Because my thing is other groups got their minds made up about black people. So if Lisa Ray is talking about other groups, who the fuck cares? Wait, seriously. I feel like when they say when oh I said I feel. Oh Jesus. I can hear sheet, we hear now. Feelings. But when black women say this to where a lot of eyes can hit it, they really direct it toward black men. Like I would too. Oh, I was gonna mention this. This it's not really about canceling on this one, but Leslie Jones, by the way, who's in the new Coming to America too. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but this weekend we will be discussing the film on the Black Dimension. Donnie from YAS4W, my habitual line stepper brother, has seen it, and his assessment of the film is said it's funny as shit, and he had a couple of laugh out loud moments. And I believe it because it's Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy, someone else who was getting impacted by cancel culture. Because when he was doing Dolomite and the stars were being interviewed, Andy Cohen wanted to bring up the fact that when he was doing stand-up comedy in the 80s, he said quote unquote homophobic slurs in his routines. Like, funny how they mentioned homophobic slurs, but they don't care about how many N-words got thrown around. It's like, it's so funny how that all works out. Like, hey, you heard all them N-words he said? You heard what he said about his people too? Come on now. You don't appreciate the spiel about Bill Cosby? Like, they focus on that one thing and act like they talk about nobody else but that. That's what be killing me about that shit. That's why people say that group of people are whiny. They be the main ones trying to cancel people. Isaiah Washington from Grey's Anatomy said that he called one of his co-stars a F word because they said homophobic slur. He got canceled. That man resurged as a Trump supporter. Which, I guess Maxine Waters will never forgive Isaiah Washington. Yeah, that's a way of canceling somebody, never forgiving them. But yeah, that cancel culture thing is some BS. One of the more recent ones was Gina Carano. Now, what about like Lisa? Like what about told Lisa Ray? Gina Carano got fired just for saying some stuff. I mean, canceled for saying some stuff. Oh yeah, she also got fired from. Like Gina Carano was She played Cara Dune. For anybody who knows about Star Wars, in the Disney Plus series, The Mandalorian, which, by the way, is a very good series, very well done. But Gina Carano, she said that conservatives, I think, were being persecuted like Jews in Nazi Germany. It was some to that context, and everyone flipped out because she said some trigger words, and they canceled her. They canceled her. Oh well, but still, it was like I heard there was a lot of other things that went on Disney and stuff. A lot of feminism, a lot of feminist bullying, stuff like that. But check out channels like in the Black Manosphere, like Shop Talk Live, Artisan over there. He's a pretty cool guy. He goes in way more in depth with it, with the whole cancel culture, Gina Carano thing. So go check his channel out, definitely. But yeah, cancel culture is stupid. It's stupid. It's really stupid. I get to the point where I really don't even care about what people they say about black folks. I don't care about canceling them. You know why I don't care about canceling folks that that offend black people? Because black people need to show a more united front. Black people need to stop waiting on other groups to validate us. Excuse me. In order for us to go after something or someone, we need to be on code like right then and there. But we're not a monolith. So I always think about that. We're not a monolith. But for the things that we do put up an effort for, like fighting to be hoes like Lisa Ray is. Because even like I seen a post on Facebook where this article was posted. A lot of, women who, cape for vagina just because it's vagina and all the other stuff, they were like, yeah, yeah, she's right. This is accurate. This is facts. But other females were like, well, what the fuck are we fighting for? Are we fighting to be hoes? We fighting to sleep with all the men we want? Is this sexual liberation? Which isn't really liberation at all because you still chain yourself to a need. How you liberate yourself is a state of need. How do you liberate yourself if there's still a need that exists? People are such contradictions. But no, I said it once, I said it again. Lisa Ray is completely inaccurate. Black women do not get canceled, especially by black men. As many white men as Bria Miles has dated, if she dropped white men and said, I love black men, there would be black men lined up around the corner. The fuck out of here. Stop being a victim. I'm going to open up the panel now. Worse than a bull in a china shop. Cortez Smith, black men are not a monolith, black women are. Okay. Yeah, they kind of do the monolithic approach. I'm about to open this panel up, guys. Facts about Bria Miles, Sir Anthony. What's going on? Hell yeah. Bria Miles, thick as fuck. Black men love thick women with big booties. She is all of that. Shoot. Tell you something. If Serena divorced, what's Buddy tomorrow? Now y'all can decide that. But I believe some black men will line up for her. Shoot. Y'all are kidding me. But, black men, we get canceled for all kinds of reasons. All kinds of reasons. Shoot. I probably got canceled as soon as I came up with the name Black Men Being Brutally Honest with everyone. Huh? The hell? Man, this link is so funny. Look at the last three letters on the link. Sex. Sex. Cortez Smith. Let me read some of these comments. Read some of these comments. See what y'all saying in this chat. Rose to Bill Maher. Why do they want to be hoes so bad? Because it's. I'll tell you. A lot of it comes from being wanting to be defiant to the men. It's a really a feminist trope. Actually, it's like, what do they get out of being hoes? Except for validation for themselves. Oh, she can get a lot of men. It's like, and you can tell women all day, it ain't how many men you get, is who you can keep. You know. But hey, you know that they say that, you know, Cardi B is not a black woman. Thanks for telling the truth, Kareem Henry. Thanks for telling the truth. If I got Cube up there tonight, see, Cube is another guy that they tried to cancel after he explained over and over and over and over again what happened. Is that then here comes the pocket reality that I was talking about earlier. Oh, well, he endorsed Trump. No, he was trying to talk to both parties, and one talked to him before, and I think they said didn't he have a recent meeting with Joe Biden or something like that? But who the fuck?
I think he was supposed to have one. Yeah.
Yeah, but who the fuck cares on that? Because I don't think it happened, because if it did happen, you know, people would be talking about it like they talked about his meeting with the Republicans.
Right.
But yeah, they tried. They like black people tried their best to cancel Ice Cube because of the past election. Tried their best. Like, go ahead.
I mean, the thing is it was primarily because he was looking to do some business with Trump, who was the current president. So it only makes sense, though, political wise. I don't even deal with politics or vote or nothing like that. But I mean, why not? Why they see him talking to Trump and they think, oh, just because it's Trump. But no, this guy's talking to the president of the United States on your behalf.
They ain't see him talk to Trump, though. Nobody saw Ice Cube talk to Trump. He said he went and talked to the administration. That's all he said. They act like Trump was in the room. They was sitting up here bankhead bouncing with each other, like, yeah, bro, passing blunts back and forth. No, none of that shit happened. All he did was talk to the Republican administration. Some of us created a pocket reality and said he endorsed Donald Trump. It became he endorsed Trump. And then
but check it out. Even if he did and it worked out, you think they still would have tried to cancel him? It would have been like, oh, well, he did that right, as far as you know what I'm saying? They say he worked with Trump, directly with Trump, and you know what I'm saying, got some shit passed. Just because people didn't like Trump, you think they wouldn't accept it?
What do you mean? If Ice Cube endorsed Trump directly?
Right.
Let me put it to you like this. What did they do to Lil Wayne? What did they say about Lil Wayne and 50 Cent when he endorsed Trump?
Yeah, enough said.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, especially if they just thinking he endorsed Trump did all that shit. If he had actually did it, then it'd have been lights out. Nobody else wanted to hear it.
Right.
And I mean, like, but see, but for the reality of it, it was very stupid how blacks reacted, especially for their Uncle Joe.
Oh, celebrating in the streets.
Uncle Joe.
Yeah. Motherfucker was selling. It looked like the OJ verdict. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my
motherfucker was way too happy. It's like, all right, hold up now. Damn. What the hell y'all think he finna do for y'all? I'm like, all right, cool. I understand you like him. That's who you want to vote for, everything. But it's like, wait a minute. I don't even know what he finna do. But I gotta ask you, damn, he finna do all that?
Don't let Roland Martin. Don't let Roland Martin hear you say that, Rogish. Please.
Oh, really? What really Polly got something to say about it?
No, because he was like he went on this little old diatribe about, you know, what did Trump do for y'all? What did Trump do for you? Like, you know, that I guess to people who don't want to give Biden a chance or whatever. I mean, yeah, I mean, he the one signing executive orders left and right for who he want to sign executive orders for.
Yeah.
Racial equity for Asian Americans.
Oh God! And can you imagine that shit?
Because I go to sleep at night like, damn, everybody's so racist toward Asian. Hey, please do something about this. Please do something about this, y'all.
Yeah, do something about this, man. They choking out these leads, man.
Yeah, and 15-year-old I used to be Kenneth can play girls sports now.
But hold up. Now, in the Asian thing, you don't hear about them having no flag nowhere else around the world. Not even in Africa, where they really fucking some shit up.
Right, but see, they're trying to push us as the aggressors of that.
Yeah.
Even though a string of black women getting attacked at Asian beauty supply stores and hair salons.
Yeah.
Tell you what though. I went and drove to get some chicken wings today, and like the hair weave store, they had a sale that was around. No exaggeration. I wasn't gonna take a picture of it and be a creep because people try anything. Oh, that's my face on my YouTube video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, they had the hair weave was on sale. That shit was around the corner. I said that shit must have been from another country or some shit. I mean, like, this wasn't a single file line either. Like, it was a crowd. I was like,
what some fucking hell.
I mean, yeah, whatever.
That's amazing. And the thing is, they don't think there's nothing wrong with that. But you walk around with a motherfucking white dude's toupee on top of your shit, they're gonna look at you like you nuts. We're like, nah, bitch, I was trying to switch it up. Nobody want to do the same thing all the time. You know what I'm saying? Next week, I'm gonna have some motherfucking Bruce Lee shit on my head.
Somewhere, somebody right now is looking for a glue beard video or a man weave video to put on Facebook because we said this.
Okay, well, look, the thing is, that's I don't know, that's a subculture of a subculture because that's not even in the pantheon of black manhood. All right, so the motherfuckers who do that shit, yeah, that's them. But you know what I'm saying, that ain't no regular brother shit. Ain't nobody unless a motherfucker got cancer, then has some chemo. Okay, I can understand that because you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. So, but in the aspect of those cats who don't need it, and motherfuckers just doing it, it's like, really, cuz? Come on, man. I think it's overstepping territory. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be bald. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Or George Jetson, that shit.
Yeah, Kareem Henry. Let me respond to this. Did they really cancel him though? A lot of criticisms as the way he went about his plan for Black America was why he do it 2 weeks before election. Why not before? I mean, come on now.
Now look, my question is, why the hell they gotta be Ice Cube? It could be anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Putting forth with it, but people wait on the celebrities, and then when the celebrity make a move, then they're like, nah, not you.
Why ain't these celebrities ever saying anything? That was the complaint for the longest.
Yeah.
Why don't these celebrities ever say anything about the black community? Like, and then you got Ice Cube,
and
it wasn't even his contract. He didn't write the whole thing by himself.
It was just his name, just his name, just the fact that he was attached to it. You know, I guess they want to pay him out, but see, that shows you though the misandry within it. You know what I'm saying?
Well. I mean, Sir Anthony says he agrees with Kareem. Says to an extent that is true. That's a valid criticism. There's like, why did he do it 2 weeks? Because I guess. Here's my best answer for that. Because he want to encourage black people to sell their vote, not just give it away. Because all we do is give our vote away. Oh, it's like, as a Democrat, let's just vote for them because the Republicans are racist. So
do they give it away or do they pray it into the party? Shit, they ain't even got. It's beyond material. You know what I'm saying? Reception.
They don't talk to you don't talk to the Republican Party. Even Republicans say it. Like, how do we know what we're supposed to do for you if you don't talk to us, or you talk about us in such a vilifying way? It's like anybody, human nature. You. It's hard for you to respond to people who constantly do that, and 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 pilgrims, as they should be. Like I say, they should be, are very sensitive about being called racist because most of them really are. so so that's what I theorize why they do little to nothing for black people, because black people have already pretty much made up their minds about the Republican Party,
Right.
But in the same token, I feel like it's just as toxic and just as bad that you throw all in for the Democrats without judgment, just like.
My thing is, where is the greater benefit? If wherever the greatest benefit is, and it just just so happened that our Jim Crow, saying great grandparents and everything, all them thought that the public ticket was the one to be on. That's what they say. Oh, I voted on the public ticket.
Man, Lyndon Johnson signed one Civil Rights Act and all was forgiven.
Yeah,
all of it.
Yeah.
All of it. Do you supposed to treat that Civil Rights Act as a start? That shit was supposed to be a start. You was supposed to keep twisting the needle. You was supposed to keep twisting the fucking screwdriver. And we dropped the ball on that. We didn't keep twisting that screwdriver. Yeah, we had all these little balls and all this little language come in. Like, to incarcerate Negroes and to divide black people.
Yeah.
Your man thinks nothing of you, black woman. Yeah, white woman, let me join you and put a fist in the air on a fucking picture. Like,
hold up. As the fight is going on. As the fight is going on.
Emmett Till gets found in a river. Somewhere else in that country, Loving versus Virginia. Let us marry these white men.
But see, that's my thing though. And to me, this is the thing that really, one of the things that make us not a monolith. The fact that you had, some black folks that was really, really on the pro white acceptance side, pilgrim acceptance side, and I mean, they would do things to their own detriment. So can we, saying they're black skinned and everything, but definitely of a whole different aspect of black citizenship. You know what I'm saying? Like that, perhaps we needed a civil war. I don't know. Perhaps we needed a motherfucking civil war. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. This is gonna be a real complicated question.
Yeah.
Do you think that black people back in the days of the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, do you think the guys who fought to negotiate their freedom are traitors because they helped fight they helped fight to maintain a system that kept them down?
No.
You don't think so?
Nah. Because
you think they should have seized our opportunity and gotten out of slavery?
That's what it is. It's just. I mean, shit, it's hell. If it ain't hell, then what the fuck is it?
I mean, we see it as hell.
Yeah.
Because we can't imagine being put in that position, and most of us will fight to the death to stay out of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. They back then were used to it. It was commonplace. Not saying that they should have stayed at all and not did anything. The whole thing was a way out. But the way that a lot of these little pro-tep ass Negroes talk about the military and guys who go to the military and all that stupid shit, that's why I threw that question out there. I didn't throw that question out there because I actually thought these niggas were stupid for wanting to be free.
Right.
They put their own lives at risk because a lot of them died trying to get that freedom. Because like Rogish said, it was hell on earth.
It was hell.
If you miss picking cotton by 2 pounds, you got a beating out this world. Get the fuck out of here.
And you had to pick upwards to 500 to 800 pounds.
One of my
fucking cotton. You ever picked cotton before, cuz?
No.
Woo.
No,
Woo. It ain't
no.
no
A lot
joke.
of people like they ask this question on Facebook a lot.
Yeah.
Would you pick cotton for $100 an hour?
For $100 an hour?
Yeah. Would you pick cotton for $100 an hour?
Yeah.
See,
$100 an hour?
see, the fact that you didn't say yes immediately says it right there.
Well, you
A
gotta
lot
think
of
about
people.
you gotta think about that shit. One, $100 an hour is a good rate for anything. But two, you got the cultural perspective that add on to it.
Culture
You know,
perspective.
you got the motherfucker picking cotton. You know what I'm saying? Educated motherfucker out here picking cotton, like it's 500 years ago. So you know what I'm saying? It's like,
When I was when I was at the height of working at restaurants a few
yeah.
years back, okay,
Yeah.
for the jackasses a few years back, I was offered a pretty good paying job, but the place had plantation in their name.
Holy shit. Okay.
I was like,
Okay.
I didn't even go to the orientation. I couldn't, cause I thought about it. Cause I was kind of like, on a fuck these niggas tip, kind of like,
Yeah.
because of what happened in that last spot. Like,
Yeah.
like black people get real different around white people in a professional setting.
Oh, yes, sir.
Like
Yes, sir.
anybody, like for any problems I may have caused anybody, I never betrayed my race ever.
Mhm.
And some of us act like we ain't betraying our race when we do that. But that's another story for another time when I'm a mega successful millionaire or whatever. Then I start talking about my pitfalls and shit.
Yeah, you got an eclectic story, share.
Yeah,
That's your master class right there.
yes, yeah. We get real different around folk. Well, we get real different around them sometimes. Some of us don't now. Some of us be wondering what the fuck going on.
I think majority though of folks do that. I think the majority of folks do, and I've seen cats turn it on and off. Like the first time I saw it was in the Navy, talking to one of the officers, one of the black officers there. So you know, what I'm saying, you kicking it with the brothers, and we chopping it up brother style. And then, you know, what I'm saying, some pilgrims came around, and it turned into, you know, what I'm saying, lift that baby, all that hey, nigga. You know what I mean? So. They're like, yo, really, cuz? You know what I'm saying? I was 18 at the time, so I ain't know nothing about the, you know what I'm saying, the flip flop and the whole, you know what I'm saying, switch the class levels and all that old shit. But
Yeah,
nah.
sir, and Sir Anthony. With respect to the brother, he said certain places in the South love to put plantation in the name of a business. Yeah, they do. They do, and
Yeah.
and I mean, I don't see too many places like that, but when I do see the word plantation, it does kind of throw me a little bit.
Hell yeah, especially okay.
Living in Alabama and Georgia, yeah, it just kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth.
That would be my question, is in the aspect of the cotton field, who the hell owns it? Who's the owner of the property? All right? If it's a pilgrim, then I gotta say hell no. You know what I'm saying? But,
Gary Beauregard Jessup, Mr. Jessup.
The thug.
Motherfucker be having a long white mustache and shit.
Yeah.
That's why you boys picked some good cotton today.
Nah, that ain't gonna fucking happen. Mm-mm.
Oh yeah. Shoot.
You know what? You know what though? The type of cat I is, yeah, I do it because that'd be the type of cat that probably have a safe, and you know, so I could. He want to relive a fantasy, I'll be able to relive one as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The end of the movie Drum, nigga. What?
Yeah. I'm telling you, one of my
favorite bitch. What it do? Shit.
One of my favorite scenes in one of my favorite scenes in Chappelle's show was like on the outtakes episode.
Oh yeah.
Like when they went back in, like the time haters, when they went back in time.
Shot him over and over again.
Everybody say, when is weeds gonna be free? He said, I don't know. How about knowledge? How did that not make the cut, man?
Ah, that was beautiful. That was
so beautiful, man. That was so beautiful. Like, yeah, it was fun to watch.
So when you come across that channel that was like down in, you know what I'm saying, the Black Manosphere, that is amazing.
That particular channel is run by the guy who wrote the article last year.
You shitting me? Wait a minute. The black people, white folk, black people shit.
No, not Damon Young.
All right.
Aaron Fountain.
Okay, I don't know that.
Yeah. A proclaimed enemy of the manosphere.
Clearly.
A guy that has decided to go to war with the black manosphere. Because we are misogynistic and sexist and we hate women.
Bring up one of his short videos, man. He got one that's like 3 minutes where he's trying to give a snippet.
I'm not going to show anything of his because because like people like that will strike your channel, and I'm not going to go through that.
Oh, fair use.
Fair use, but still though he's malicious toward the black manosphere and will do things to take us down.
So he ain't gonna stand on the square when presence of another
this kind of person. I mean, this kind of person he may try to talk to, but I mean, he from what I hear, he's been approached from various members of the black space of YouTube to talk, and from what I hear, he has refused. Like he's refused every advance, but he's now interviewing like quote unquote former red pillars, which whatever the fuck that means.
Oh my god, it became a motherfucking religion.
I took the red pill, but I decided to cut Cypher out of the Matrix. Eating a steak with the agents, but I want to kill the black manosphere before I You're giving yourself a false cause. Basically.
That's crazy.
Who are you fighting for real? Like, dudes like that never actually take the talking point. They go for the emotional knee-jerk trying to get black men cancel talking points. Like,
so the majority of his audience then is chicks then.
Yeah, it's chicks, and one person I saw in that chat I was very disappointed in.
Really?
I mean, that some of them still have their live chats up, and there's a lot of people that be in this space that be over there. Yeah, fuck them niggas. Right. Fuck them. All they do is whine and cry. And really, I feel like they're taking shots at people, but they ain't got the balls to say or the spine to say who they're taking the shot at.
All they gotta do is come up onto the panels. They know when if they always surveying and you know what I'm saying, ear hustling and space hustling and shit, they know when cats is shooting their broadcast. So they know, so they'll be able to show up.
See, like whoever has a problem, whoever has a fucking problem,
should run up.
There's the link right there, and it ends in sex. That link ends in that's a special fucking link right there. It ends in sex right there, because that's what a lot of this gender war, this so-called gender war, is about: sexual frustration. I used to call it the sexual frustration accountability gender war, because it always centers around some sex issue. Like these niggas, they want Becky. They dating overweight Becky's. These niggas, they prefer sex dolls to us. They prefer the Transformers to us. Like that shit's funny to me because you're putting yourself behind everybody else egregiously and deliberately. So thanks for letting every broken thing be the preference to you, supposedly God.
Damn.
It's like, keep calling yourself God, you're gonna create a bunch of atheists. That's what I say.
Well put.
But like that's the biggest thing. It's like they'll sit on their channels. They won't talk to any of us sensibly. They just sit up there to sit on their channels. These guys are okay with pedophilia. These guys want a virgin. They want submission. There's always nobody asks us what we want. Everybody always say what we want.
Where the fuck they get pedophilia from? Man,
because they saying that. I guess there's one guy that goes on panels talking about they want a virgin or whatever.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, the pedo thing is that children are virgins, like children are innocent, and they want a virgin so they can steal innocence. They're pushing some.
Oh
They,
wow.
they're pushing it from that angle.
That's motherfucking like witchcraft shit. Really?
Yeah,
Gross.
yeah. It's horrible propaganda.
That's
Like
gross.
like I said, one of my Facebook friends posted a TikTok video where a guy was like, "Y'all sitting up here, y'all some middle aged old ass men, and y'all talk about y'all want virgins and all that stuff. You know, that's pedo language. That's pedo language right there. What's wrong with you niggas?" But see, here's the thing that they've been doing lately. I see something on my feed, and I was like, I even said something mild because I usually go in when I see some shit like that. Like I say, brother's a fucking simp. He's trying to get fake validation. Fuck that dude. I mean, he doesn't really care. He just wants to. I mean, if a dude want a virgin, like, good luck with that. That's like a multiple-time baby mama wanting a high-value man. Like,
Yeah.
it's just like you're not gonna find too many virgins. And the one thing I swear, like I was taught growing up, is the person you're with was with somebody else before you, just like you were.
Definitely.
So you need to kind of drop that guard a little bit. Like, I understand if she got multiple kids by multiple dudes, that's a character thing. But I wouldn't suggest for any brother over the age of 30 to start just expecting virgins like that, because they're not in Western culture. In West, they pushing kids to be hoes and shit.
Oh yeah.
You're not gonna find that, and it does sound funny saying that, but to sit up there and equate the space to everybody in the space to that one person, it's like that shows me right there that you don't have the balls to call out that person's name. Maybe you scared of that person, so you just want to say, "Oh, Black Manosphere." Now that's easy. A lot of people hate the Black Manosphere.
Ain't that a bitch? I think with the whole virgin thing. I think what it is that cats they're faced with such the extreme 180 of it as selection as selection pool. You know what I'm saying? It's all right, so yeah, it's the extreme, wanting the virgin would be the extreme, but I think that's on some subconscious desire type shit, because it's like, you know what, damn, they pushing all this whole shit. You see, women as old as Lisa Ray, how she is, about almost 60, right?
Almost. I wouldn't give that old. I'd probably say almost 50.
Almost 50. Oh, okay. I don't know.
Yeah. What up, Chaos Rain? Christian Minaj, love that name. But Kareem Henry says that's crazy. There are 25 women-year-old. I'm sure she meant 25-year-old women that are virgins.
Yeah.
Well, here's what we do. We find those women, and the guy that said he wanted a virgin, point that guy to them. But see, here's the thing. At the end of the day, those 25-year-old virgins still don't have to choose him.
Yeah,
I mean, what I'm saying is you can want something all you want, but it's not guaranteed.
And how likely are you to find a 25-year-old virgin in this day and time, though? So Kareem Henry talking about there are 25, year old chicks that's virgins. But the thing is, how likely is that? What percentage of the 25-year-old, chicks do you think is virgins? It can't be a lot. Of the thing is, you just look how the youth is. They hot pants is city, what they call it, city girls, shit, or whatever. What's this? What they call themselves now? City girls. Yeah, that city girl life is strong in the youth. You know what I'm saying? So
because like you could take your daughter to the skating rink for her birthday, which really actually happened, and all the kids in there, and all of a sudden WAP comes over the loudspeaker.
Wow.
And here, what is funny, when I reacted, people looked at me like I was trying to bring an end to the fucking world. What's this?
Wow. Stick in the mud.
And then like I would be like, hit your kid, hit your kid. What have your kid ever had? What does WAP mean? Like, that's the day I don't want to happen. What does WAP mean? I'm saying it mean none of your, I'm gonna say it mean none of your goddamn business. Go back over there and play. That's what it means.
Oh,
But
that's the main reason that I don't want to bring children into this current world, I ain't got no kids, but I ain't trying to bring them to this current world. Because the thing is, they only gonna be able to hold on to their innocence for only so long. Because then you have to teach them the truth of all this bullshit, and that's just gonna, you know what I'm saying, take that light out their eyes.
which is gonna be incredibly sad.
Yeah, you know what I'm
I mean,
saying? Way
but
too
but
early.
but like when my daughter starts getting older, more aware, my super dad status is gonna turn into super duper dad. I'm
Yeah.
not going to throw all those restrictions on her because I've seen it too many times. If you restrict a kid too much, go to college, she'll wow the fuck out.
Yep.
Yeah, so I want to give her balance. I want, like, here's one thing I feel like parents aren't doing. They're not letting their kids know the consequences of said actions enough.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you have unprotected sex, you're going to get pregnant. Now, babies are cute and everything, but babies are also a huge financial responsibility in the way you like material things. But then again, you turn them into a materialistic person when you say that. Now, the price of materialism is you can get guys to buy you all this stuff, but they expect something at the end of it. I don't care who he is. I don't care who he is. Like
Mm-hmm.
these women be making these posts like, oh, just because he take me on vacation, he's supposed to expect sex. Oh, fuck that. No, you need to get it in your head that sex is the expectation. He's not flying you to Aruba for nothing, so you can look good in a bikini and take pictures on Instagram.
They
I
be
mean,
lying like a mother, knowing
they be
damn
lying.
well.
And I'm not saying
Shit.
that you are, but I'm not. And in the same token, I'm not saying that you are old sex either.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I'm not saying because then you create a culture that is not great. You know, the culture of expectation. But at the same time, you can't approach life stupid.
Right.
you, you
Right.
just you just can't do it like that. I mean, but okay, let me ask you a question, Rogish. As far as cancel culture and cancellations and shit,
Right.
what is the dumbest cancellation you've ever seen?
Uh the dumbest. I gotta say it was Bill Cosby. That was the dumbest one. Because, you know what I'm saying, they wanna put on him that, you know, he was doing something inappropriate, you know, as far as, you know what I'm saying, partying with roofies with chicks when that's what he was known for. You know what I'm saying? They're like, okay, that's how he liked the party. And I mean, now
But
that go
but
ahead.
let me kind of say that a little bit better because
Yeah.
you know even if he was known for partying with roofies, you don't give women drugs. You know,
So, so
not
wait,
the
hold
way
on.
that
Wait, what you mean
not
don't
the way
get
the
women
culture.
drug?
No, not the way in the context of today's standards. He was
No.
giving women drugs who had knowledge that what they were receiving. So I do understand that.
Huh. And it was Hollywood. What the fuck? How
Yeah.
you think Hollywood get down? Studio 54 shit? They gonna do the most. And then some.
I tell you something, man. The day that Hollywood runs out of cocaine, something bad
You
happens.
know what I'm talking about? Shit. And that's the thing, man. He was playing Pilgrim games, you know what I'm saying? Dean Martin style with them, and that shit just caught up with him.
Oh,
When he
you heard
tried to
about
play the
that?
power game.
You heard about them little power circles like with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis and even Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah.
Like there was this real there was this little scandal that came out. It didn't catch too much wind,
Yeah.
too much fire, but they was talking about how they used to have all them little drug and sex parties and orgies and shit when they were young.
Sammy Davis used to say that shit all the time. Everybody
Yeah,
knew Sammy
yeah,
Davis was throwed with it.
yeah. What happened was our culture became more sensitive and more aware and more privy to stuff like that. And
Yeah.
you know, it was like things that were okay back in the 60s and the 70s and even in the 80s are not okay right now. Like say for instance, if you a comedian casually saying the F word, like the epitaph that is quote unquote uh against homosexual men, but we
Oh, okay, no.
yeah, that one. Like
Yeah.
comedians would casually say that. If a comedian said it today in the act, man,
Yeah.
he'll he'll lose his endorsements. Like they'll kick him off TV.
Yeah.
Like all that shit, every bit of it.
Which is sad because
But
it's like look, it was one is a very funny slur. You know what I'm saying? It was a funny slur. Nobody knew where the hell it came from, but they just do
straight, Straight men used to call each other that. Just to bust each other's balls. I'm not saying that, I need that word to exist. I need that word to live. I'm not saying that. But I think what happened was when people started getting canceled for the N-word, everybody wanted their own N-word.
Exactly. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah. But Donnie, chime in anytime you like, man.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas?
Long live the habitual line steppers.
Peace.
Yeah, no. So, my personal opinion, the worst thing I've ever heard somebody cancel for was Louis C.K.
Oh,
was canceled for he basically would go to other female comedians, women, and he would be like, "Hey, listen, if you're into it, you're into it. If you're not, you're not. Can I walk off in front of you?" And the chick would be there like, "Yeah, all right, cool," or she would say no, and he would jerk it in front of him, and that came out. They canceled him for it.
And he put it in all of his material. So much of his material involved him beating off. So it's like, all right, so obviously that's how the cat get down and shit. This is what I think it is when it comes to that cancel culture shit in that regard, right? All right, so it is Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? They is under contract. And it's like, Patrice O'Neal said, you're gonna be somewhere at a fancy party, and they're gonna tell you, hey, yo, put this in somebody's drink. Now, I ain't saying this to such a degree. What I'm saying in an aspect of there is an aspect of a cabal there towards where if you don't, like do a deal all the way the right way or something, some shit might come out or something. Just like how they do where you might have a large company and their stock just like plummet due to something that the owner did like three years ago, marriage, whatever. And it reflects on them so bad to where, take a dip in the stocks, they go through the media circus and stuff, but then you notice that, okay, eventually it climbs right back up. So as an aspect of like, like a power play, on some big boss shit, okay, you jumped out of pocket, so this is how we're going to get you. You know what I mean? Even though they all knew what the fuck he was doing, especially, again, another comedian, they like to get the comedians, boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what was the dumbest cancellation to me, even though the truth came out. Johnny Depp. That was the absolute dumbest, most horrible fucking thing I've ever seen in a cancellation. Because when recorded evidence came out, it's still like, even though his name was kind of cleared, it's still as if no one cared. He still hasn't gotten any of his employment back, and Amber Heard has not. I mean, like, everybody kind of hates Amber Heard, but it's like they're not trying to cancel her. They're doing everything they can to not cancel her.
But they can cancel Johnny Depp, though. I mean, ain't he an icon?
Yeah, they canceled the shit out of Johnny Depp. Like, even though the truth came out and he was a victim.
I remember when this first popped off, because Johnny Depp used to hang out with a comedian called Doug Stanhope.
Yeah, shout out Doug.
And he lives in Arizona, a couple hours away from me. He lives in a super duper small town where he basically bought most of the town so they could kick and hang out and do some foolishness and shenanigans.
That's what's up.
Johnny Depp allegedly goes out there often. He went on, I think he went on somebody's podcast, and he was talking about the whole situation. They was like, I've never known that man to be violent, any kind of anything. I've known her to be a crazy psychopathic bitch. And this was years ago. And then, she pushed this narrative. She used the dynamic of the Me Too era, where, movies have come out about women saying they've been Me Too'd, stories, believe all women. And she pushed this narrative all the way until she got into that court in the UK with the lawsuit against the Sun, right?
Right.
And it's crazy to me because that lawsuit went with all the evidence, the video cameras, the video recordings, the shit in the bed, the finger being cut off, the finger being cut off.
She shit in the man bed.
Yeah.
You don't choke a bitch
it
out
was
for that.
found that Johnny Depp was basically like, and this is where all the super shit happened. They basically said he was a liar and that the libel case was invalid because I think it was the Daily Stars, the magazine, they called Johnny Depp a wife beater. That judge in that case actually said, and this is the craziest shit to me. This is I'm a human being. I've seen, what my shit looks like. You know what I mean? I have a dog. I've had dogs of varying sizes. I've seen what dog shit look like. This motherfucker, it was pictures of it, mind you. This motherfucker is going to say that it was a dog who shit in the bed and not Amber Heard.
Man, get the fuck out of here. And let me let you in on a couple bits of Amber Heard news because Corinne Henry is down there saying that Amber Heard got fired. No, she didn't. In fact, Zack Snyder and James Wan are fighting to keep her on the project. I think they're still in talks. Like, do we going to kind of keep her? Do we not? But she hasn't been fired at all. Even then, Disney is in talks of. Let me see. They say it wrote Johnny Depp furious at Disney in talks to cast Amber Heard in the live action Tangled, and Disney is entrenched with a lot of feminist authority. So them bitches really don't care what happens to men because like in the feminist narrative, women have been victimized so much it doesn't matter what a woman does to a man. It will never equate to what men historically have done to women. And that is bullshit because you can't punish Johnny Depp for what someone else did. And that's what these bitches always try to do.
See, looking at Johnny Depp, he don't resonate as no, wife beater at all. There's nothing about him that resonates like that. So the fact that it was just so believable.
Came out and said that he had never put a hand on him. Imagine you're not even with these motherfuckers. They got about their seat. Hey, listen, we divorced. We ain't together no more. But I just want to say he's not a wife beater.
Right.
Think of the statement that makes, right? This motherfucker's exes came out the woodworks, be like, he's many things. This nigga's not a wife beater.
I mean, that's the court, but that's the court of popular opinion now.
Yeah, the court of public opinion.
Yeah, public opinion. But now is with all this social media thing. It's a buyer's market, you know what I'm saying? Anybody can put something out there, and if you got, the right amount of loot and a good amount of connections, you can get, charge of the algorithm. and destroy somebody's actual reality through virtual reality. Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah. We live in a culture, and people can't deny this, where you can lie about someone doing something very bad and not need any evidence whatsoever, and we'll cancel that motherfucker. And it'll be a long time for him. And, in most cases, it's him and not her. Long time for that person to clear themselves up. And it's damaging and it's stressful and it's a negative impact on that person's life. And people don't give a shit about that.
Right.
If I lost my job and I was innocent, I would be fucking pissed off. Like, seriously. Like, somebody just said something, everybody's proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that that person lied. I'm going to be a motherfucker fighting against everyone that put me in that fucked up position in the first place.
Remember the movie, the last movie of Jay and Silent Bob? What they did at the end of that bitch? they spent all their movie money on tickets, flying all the world, whooping asses for everybody that was talking shit online, bro. Fuck shit up. If that's what you gotta do, is what you gotta do, man. And the thing is, who's gonna come to your defense, though? You know what I'm saying? Facebook ain't none of the social media folk is, So it's like, all right, what the fuck? Who's to say what defines justice in such a situation?
Yeah, I'm all for that flying up with that ass.
Oh, yeah.
It's all fun and games till a nigga knock at your door.
Hey, ready, capable.
Yeah, people are really big. People are giants on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, don't ever forget that. That's why I try not to do the tough guy talk. Like, because that you can't swing at somebody from a keyboard or a device, no matter how much you yell, no matter how much you curse. And a lot of us ratchets out here, we're very entertained by stuff like that,
Yeah.
But at the same time, what does that effectively do at the end of the day? Say that, oh, I'm gonna kill me a nigga, or fuck you, or even I'm canceling you, buddy. I'm gonna make sure that everyone doesn't like you at least.
Oh, we are literally in Black Mirror, man. It's Black Mirror world.
Yeah.
Bloop.
Okay. So, like, I don't know. If someone came to you and said you were canceled for saying such and such, like, how would you react?
I would be
I tell
flattered.
him to eat a dick.
I would be flattered.
You're canceled, Donnie. Because you tell because you tell people you ain't shit for watching, and I am shit, and then you be like, what?
Yeah, I mean, really, if it was a dude who said that shit in public, I'd probably smack him. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I might give a nigga a couple chances to kind of retract it, but ultimately he's gonna get popped in his mouth like a little female. If it's a female, I'm gonna laugh at that bitch.
And I can confirm, people, for the record, that Donnie isn't just internet tough talk. Donnie is pulled up on several. Literally, he has a reputation. Now, if he wants to talk about their reputation one day, I'm gonna put it on him. But I'll just say he has a reputation.
No, it's funny. I was running through my phone and I got one of the videos for sure. But that shit is funny because motherfuckers. So it's a dude who talks crazy, right? I'm not gonna say his name. I'm gonna save him a little bit more embarrassed because he's still embarrassed about the shit. But this nigga, you fuck with the nigga and he's like, I'll kill you. You don't want this smoke? I'll do this to you. I'll take you out. You don't want no problems? Yeah, nigga, you scared? Yeah, you a punk. And I think the nigga, he said something to me and I was like, nigga, I'm like a 2-hour drive from you, right? Oh, nigga, you who come through here. You were only a 2-hour drive. So either I did it or whatever it was, I found this information. I was like, nigga, you live at this address, right?
There you go.
You know the nigga, you're not gonna show up. Oh no. All right, tell you what, I'll be there at 2:10, something like that. Because I knew the time I was gonna leave the house. So are you nigga? You put in the MapQuest, motherfucker will tell you what time you'll show up. I'll be there at 2:10, my nigga. So driving, nigga, I got there at 2:00. You sent him a little message, nigga didn't respond.
That's what's up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Went to the door, knocked on the door. Didn't know he didn't hear a church mouse up in that motherfucker. It was just quiet, right?
Was the car outside?
Yeah, car was outside. I look off to the right and the blinds move. I'm like, oh, okay, this nigga in the house with the blinds moving. All right, you gonna be on some gay shit. All right, you got you. Check. Say no more. So I ended up pissing on the door. And it was a long road trip. I had to go. But I didn't think nothing of it because I'm like, you a grown ass man talking crazy. I'm just gonna piss right here, nigga. Let you know I was here and then leave. So I ended up hopping in the car. Mind you, I'm doing all this shit on live, so motherfuckers all over the internet can see the shit there. Because I told this nigga on the platform I was coming, and I went live. So I'm live across the street from his house at a restaurant eating.
Right.
And I'm going, nigga, yeah, you need to show up, yada yada. He pop up in the chat, nigga, I'm gonna kill you. Oh yeah, you. So, well, nigga, you told me you was gonna kill me, but you never showed up, nigga. Oh, I was at work. Yeah, you told me you was at work, and I told you I'd be here, so you could have took the time off of work because you was gonna kill me. So it was either gonna be I die, and you go to jail, no more work, or you die. Either way, no more work. Nigga, go ahead and take the time off from work. So he ends up hitting my dude in the inbox, and my dude is like, "Yo, that nigga's really mad. You showed up at his mama's house. Wait, what?
Oh shit! You pissed on the T. Jones door? Oh, cuz.
Nigga, I felt bad.
That motherfucker always turned that wood back into a tree.
Holy shit!
I was seriously fucked up. I was like, nigga, what? That was his mama house. Like this grown, like, because mind you, dude is probably 30. How old would you say he is, Kev?
That's fucking nuts.
No, that nigga damn near 40, man.
Right.
That nigga damn near 40.
So, this nigga, I was shocked when, nigga, your mama house. Huh? Wrong. So, he had every excuse in the book. I was like, fuck it, fam. I'm around the corner. I'm not going back over there. You could come meet me at the park. He wouldn't meet me at the park. He had all kind of excuses and shit. So I drove off. The nigga was mad for the next 3 weeks.
Hey, what I'm talking about 3 weeks, man. That dude's still mad.
Well, yeah, I mean, but he was explicitly mad. He was tagging me every day and shit for 3 weeks. But yeah, he's still mad now. Yeah, you're right.
All right, real quick. I see 25 likes. I mean, maybe 26 by now, whatever, but I see 39 watching. If those are not one of your likes, please press the like button. Please and thank you. And thanks for watching as well. The topic is cancel culture and, how annoying and how a lot of it's so funny it's sad and all that other stuff. And with me is Rogish the Buildmonger and Donnie, my habitual line stepper brother from YAS4W. Okay, so let's see. Hybrid Impact 83. They tried to cancel Kevin Kelly because he told us stubborn ratchet BW that kept twerking on the furniture to get the F out of his restaurant. He poured money into developing that restaurant for the black community. Yeah. So he said he did it for the culture, and they tried to cancel him. That like women on the internet was like, oh, don't go to his restaurant. That restaurant, that piece of crap restaurant, blah blah blah. It's cheap. It's cheap. Man, that restaurant's still popping. That man posting pictures on his Facebook every day.
Yep. Stay popping. Every time I drive downtown and you see it, and it's always not a line like out the door, but I'm saying pretty good line at different times of the day. Like, damn. Yeah.
As Roger would say, if a black man had a sandcastle, a black woman would try and find a way to kick it down.
Ah, shit, that hurts to hear that one. Damn. Man, that's the same thing that the Pilgrim do. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole theory is the whole sandbox thing, dealing with them. It's like, all right, you show up to the sandbox and they tell you, these are the rules of the sandbox. So you're like, all right, you know what I'm saying? You got to make your castle like this. You make your castle. They look and see how you build your castle and they think it's better than theirs. So they come over, kick it down. You can't build it like that. You got to. And you're like, all right, well, if those are rules, I'll rebuild it. Walk back over to theirs. Next thing you know, come over, kick it over again. So it's like, how many times you finna let your castle get kicked over before, you know what I'm saying? You drop them right there, go drop their castle, or just run them from the sandbox altogether. ABC.
Open a restaurant for the culture. That sounds weird. New. Shout out to, let me give some shout outs real quick. New, Robert Nelson, Hybrid Impact 83. Yeah, I just read your comment. And DJ B-Side 1965. That sounds weird. How does that sound weird that you want to open up a place specifically for black people to eat at that's nice and has a good feng shui? That's not, to me, that's not weird at all, but I do respect your opinion. So,
it might be rare. It might be rare, but it's not
rare.
weird.
Yeah, weird. I mean, Asian, and I mean, I don't mean to try to bring in other cultures, but there are Asian restaurants, they do it for their culture. There are Mexican restaurants, they do it for their culture. And there's Italian restaurants, they do it for their culture. And we never say that's weird. We say, what we say to them is, I like to order the lasagna. That's what we say to them.
I don't think
I like to order the sushi. That's what we say to them. We don't say it's weird, but that's just my opinion, though.
I haven't been to an Italian restaurant yet where an old white man wasn't singing through his throat. You know what I'm saying? I've never been to an Asian restaurant.
How you do it? You know how to do it. Go ahead, do it.
Nope, nothing.
Get it like Richard Pryor. Get him some Munazaka.
Oh shit!
Put a little struzzi on it. Fry it up.
Fry it up. They like fried foods.
a little sleety bro.
That's a good bit. That was a really good bit.
That's the standard. That is the fucking standard. Now a nigga who serves soul food, he ain't supposed to have some hip hop music. If you don't go sit your ass the fuck down, we want to play some old ass Bobby Blue Band. All right, you niggas won't even walk in that bitch. You niggas be all take out voice.
Hey, but well, I remember in Atlanta, Gladys and Ron's Chicken and Waffles was set up like that. Kind of a culture type restaurant. I mean, yeah, but see, New, just to clarify, he said that he's never heard it put like that. That's why it sounds weird to him. So I'll just say that. But in this space, when you say things that I feel like if there is some pushback to be made on it, then hey, fair game.
Well, you know what, I ain't gonna say it. I'm gonna let it rock.
It's me, Mario.
It's me.
I can't wait for them to cancel Mario because it's coming.
Yeah.
That's a stereotype of Italian. And then guess what? I bet the person that initiate the cancellation ain't even gonna be Italian.
Oh, they making Mario World over there in Nihongo. All right, so it ain't finna happen.
Nigga, Mario's a fucked up game. This nigga had flaming meatballs. You
talking about the first one where they was like actual plumbers and shit, turtles and crabs and
he was busting bricks. He was busting bricks with his head bowed. That nigga was on cocaine like a motherfucker. Gotta say that, bitch. Gotta say it.
So let's say you know what? I gotta take it back. I said Bill Cosby was the craziest cancel thing. Nah, I think the Baby Yoda thing was the craziest one.
You talking about when Baby Yoda ate the Baby Yoda? Yeah, they tried to cancel Baby Yoda, man.
Ain't that a bitch? A virtual cancellation. For genocide.
Yeah. Talking about he was xenophobic because he was eating those eggs. That. Let me see if I can find it real quick. So y'all know we ain't bullshit.
So these motherfuckers, all right, I don't want to hear none of you motherfuckers talk about you. You went to an expensive restaurant, ate no caviar, no steak, no chicken, no ham, nigga. You niggas better be 100% fruitarians or some shit.
It's crazy that folks can pay that type of attention and shit. You wouldn't even think that, what I'm saying, that would be anything in the scene that a motherfucker would focus on upon context that was, supposedly delivered through, the editor or whatever. It's really genocide. So they'll call Yoda out for genocide,
Baby
but not
Yoda cancel.
Yeah, utter fucking nigga. Niggas look for reason, but this is all first world.
Baby Yoda cancel and look at them eggs. Look at the way Baby Yoda looking at them fictional eggs.
Menacingly.
Fictional character. What a roof. What a ruthless looking bastard. Look at him.
Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. What Norm say? He stinks and I don't like him. A fucking virtual infant. Not even a child, an infant.
Oh God. People are fucking stupid, man.
Dude, can you look? We just imagine how bad it's gonna be in the next 5 years with all the social media shit. It's ready to Biden getting ready to usher in some real crazy shit. And this finna get wacky races in this bitch. Watch.
Yeah, I can't wait. I absolutely
Bizarro
can't wait. This nigga has a
world.
little white bitch in front of him, and he start doing his little presidential.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, get your Phillies on, B. Joey B. The new Lester.
My name is Joey. Your name's Cardi B. My name's.
You want to come to the White House?
Joey B. Smelling hair and shit. You see the way he gripped that bitch? You see the way he gripped that little bitch? I'm
nigga,
like,
no bit of shame.
You're like, no bit of shame. None. They're smiling the whole time. Look at the mama in the eye. Look at the dad in the eye. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker is this nigga is Caligula, cuz for real.
But you know that's one of the biggest weapons that is out here. So you gotta know, you gotta understand that the political parties are going to be using this cancel culture to the best of their ability. So one of the things that they're using, right, and Kev kind of mentioned it lightly, is that they have brought up this whole anti-Asian racism.
Oh God, yeah.
And they're putting it on black people, which is amazing to me. Because we just went through the last 2 or 3 years where Asian store owners was whooping the fuck out of black women. I'm talking about judo flipping these bitches.
No legislation whatsoever.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden it's an anti-black racism, and the main ones out here screaming, "Y'all need to cut this shit out." Is who? The ones they was whooping the ass.
So you see how crazy that predicament is. So is there's all right. So let's say that's a hell of a detriment or deterioration. Human body wise, how much muscle damage we talking about in that? You know what I'm saying, percentage wise. If you know what I'm saying, get that context with it. That's nice.
It's a weird Stockholm syndrome. These bitches are their own worst enemy, and by proxy, our own worst enemy. Like the motherfucker went from judo chopping your ass, fucking you up, to hey, black men, y'all can't be out here whooping. I know it was only one crazy nigga, but y'all can't be out here whooping these Asian people's asses. Even though my black eye is still here from a couple of weeks ago when this nigga punched me.
When I was going for that yaki.
But they put the weave on sale though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay, so since they cut that shit off the heads of other women, like other women, they usually cut it off of, it'd be like spiritually cleansing themselves of negativity, right?
Rogish. Be careful, man. You know that talking about weave in a black man's space is a slippery slope for us.
Well, no, I ain't talking about weave. I'm talking about the energy of a person who pour that energy in their head, and the reason why they remove it. It's like if these chicks is taking off the negative shit out of their body, putting it in their head, you know what I'm saying, visual, mental, spiritual, all that shit, right? And then backing that shit up, send it up. Don't it make sense though for these chicks out here to be as loopy as they is, then throwing that shit in their head? If it's the actual poured into negativity shit from the other chick, you know what I mean?
So that's what temple hair is, right? India, they go to the temples and they put all that negative energy, the bad juju, if you will, that shit goes in their hair. They cut it off, boom, and that shit is thrown off into like this little section of the temple, right? Motherfuckers at some point figured it out, like all these black bitches lose their mind. Let's take it any kind of way. And it's funny because the temple hair is probably the best hair you can get because it's not treated. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's straight, like taken care of hair. And so these bitches do the snip. These motherfuckers snatch it up and then they sell it to black bitches and they lose their mind. And then you have a large percentage of the world who, they caught on. So what they'll do is they'll go to places like Cambodia, Malaysia, where motherfuckers are struggling, where the average yearly income is like $175. And they'll be like, hey, listen, bitch, we'll shave your head bald and give you $15. That'll put you over for the next couple months. That's gonna work for you? Yes. Yeah, I take.
Wow.
You taking my daughter? You taking my daughter?
Oh, yeah.
They bring a little. So you got to think, a lot of these bitches have evil imprint hair, right? Or they have a Cambodian orphan's hair. There's a little
wait. You can't breeze past that, nigga. Say that shit again. The fuck?
Evil imprinted hair, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
It's a hair motherfucker. Like,
y'all remember the Stephen King monkey paw?
oh,
That bitch is wearing that on her head, nigga. It granted her wish, nigga. The bitch said, I want to be Fleek. Cool, we're gonna give you some evil ass thoughts. We're gonna pull your edges back.
Bitch, but anything.
But you
evil imprint hair. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what it is.
Hey, look at the screen. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
But no, I mean, that's
wow.
Tell me what it is. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what your religion is, right?
Yeah.
Most of these chicks are Christian. Would you, if a motherfucker told you that they put all the bad energy, the bad spirits, the demons, the XYZ that was in their life into their hair, would you pick that shit up and put it on your fucking head and sleep with it at night and wrap it up and treat it like it's his guy? I mean, think about it. These bitches,
it's a tough pill to swallow.
They spend their paychecks to get this money. They take out loans to get this money. They do unscrupulous shit to get this money. Yeah. They go to the store, they buy it. They carry it over to a motherfucker that installs it. And then they proceed to treat it like gold. They worship this shit. They go in there, they brush it, they spray shit on it, they wrap it up at night, and they stroke it when they out, like, oh yeah, this is my real hair, nigga. So you basically idolizing a fucking demon.
yes. It's only worship. It's only worship because the fact that it should come from it's not yoni worship. It's only worship.
Yeah, only means only translates as demon in some language. I'm telling the truth.
Holy shit.
But that's what it is, nigga. So now you motherfuckers is in church talking about some praise the Lord, being careful not to sweat out your demon.
Hey, you know what though? That might be what's wrong with old girl. You know, she put on that wig and be like, just like it. You hear that magical sound every time the wig almost touches her head, like it just room starts shaking. And then when she get it on, like, oh, let me go on YouTube. Black man ain't shit. You defeated and conquered. Goddamn it! You know this.
I said this as a kid before I even seen the shit or even heard of the shit. I said we've had an evil spirit to it because all the motherfuckers I knew would get that motherfucker in their head and then they would start acting differently and start acting funny. You can't tell me that, you know what I'm saying, this is just a mere coincidence. I've been saying this since a fucking child. And then come to find out you got evil imprinted hair. And you motherfuckers, like, okay, so when they cut this shit off at their hair at the temple, right? They usually put it into a little ponytail. They snap it, boom, and then they throw the ponytail into a pile of hair with other people. Right. These motherfuckers then come and grab that hair and they send it through a machine. So you can get individual strands. So maybe you have all innocent hair, but you got that one fucking strand of evil. And that wig and that shit spread. You know what I'm saying? What they say, one apple ruin a whole bunch.
I mean, well, when it comes to negativity spreads much quicker than positivity does as an energy. So in an aspect of, you know what I'm saying, and the fact that they're, you know what I'm saying, negatively polarized, you know what I'm saying, but not negated. The thing that they be doing is they turn negative into something bad as opposed to just in the sensuality that you know what I'm saying, learn to learn balance with and interact with harmoniously and everything. That's probably that makes sense. That makes sense why all that shit is a strength to them. But I think they, you know what I'm saying, being strong shit while within everything is declining. Because, you know, with KS and shit, you see that, okay, dying alone, you know what I'm saying? They get mad because they say dying alone. It's like, oh, obviously it must be something. You know what I'm saying?
Look up the reasons what they do. So they'll go over there, they say a little prayer, and they ask what they want from. They want to get cut the negativity off. These bitches be asking for
OnlyFans. Holy fucking shit!
Is that OnlyFans?
Holy shit!
Hey, yeah. As a company comments down here, let me read like Hybrid Impact 83 told. Shit, dude.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Like Hybrid Impact 83 has an interesting story, but DJ B side 1965, you wrong for that shit. But I don't know. You might actually be right about that shit. You know, they pulling in fucking thing today. But let me read this out. Like he says it in two parts. He says, one of my friends that came from Nigeria to work for a very lucrative company. I'm talking damn near six figures. Made a mistake by fraternizing with a woman within his field. I told him to stay focused. This dude told the lady his Johnson was so big it had his own heartbeat. He lost his position and is now being sued. Let me see. He said something else about he said it to a white woman, not knowing much about the political landscape. Yeah, don't tell the sister.
He African in the motherfucker, huh?
Yeah. They used to telling women any and every fucking thing.
My dick is this big. It's so big. It has a heartbeat, Becky.
But woo!
My dick is so big. It's so big. It has a heartbeat.
A dude worked there for 2 months. I wonder if she at least have a big ass.
She was worth it. I mean, was she worth hollering at? Damn, that's a strong ass holler, though. You know what I'm talking about?
It ain't never worth your job at the
She must have been looking like a hoe on the fucking, you know what I'm saying, clock, though. You know what I'm saying? Because hopefully he got a bag of game, and that wasn't the first thing that he went towards. You know what I mean?
Was the nigga at work when he said this? Where they had like a happy hour? That's the only way I can see this shit coming out, nigga. What made you say my dick was so big? It had its own heart.
Hybrid Impact 83.
Hybrid
Impact 83 confirms that she was gorgeous. Yeah.
Okay. It could have been a reflex then. All right. You know
that nigga came on super strong.
He said, I gotta have it.
It's got his own heartbeat.
How big can you open your mouth?
Now, for real. Now, if he had known the political landscape, if he and said that, then but he didn't know the political landscape. But as we say over here, ignorance is never an excuse for anything. I mean, if you've and you did as a friend warn him about that, to stay focused and keep calm, you know, but he wanted that white woman. She probably smiled at him and some shit like that, you know, or something. She probably looked down by accident. I don't know what the fuck happened. I mean, why am I speculating? But
magic.
Yeah, but you know, you're right about that. He learned a great lesson. He's being sued, so the likelihood of him rebounding on employment is not that good. Like, unless he somehow gets found not guilty, gets some real good representation or something like that, he ain't gonna be able to work. They're gonna blacklist the shit out of him because he got sexual harassment on his record, and that's really tough to get rid of. Really, it limits your options so badly, especially when you black.
So they can
they can blacklist you for sexual harassment. I mean, it like you gotta use references. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, I'm gonna go ahead and give them your number and tell them to choose my book.
You gotta learn how to you gotta learn how to hack into and beat the system. Like hack doesn't necessarily mean computer, but it's like you gotta learn how to beat the system, get around stuff like that, because people are malicious. I mean, I understand that there are jerks and there are actual predators out there, but for some reason, these jerks and these predators can survive in these places for a long, long time before they're brought to any kind of justice. Look at Harvey Weinstein. You know, how long did it take him down? But you're a black man, immediate. Not saying that is wrong. Not if you're really guilty of something, then yeah, you need to be punished for it. Period. Especially if you know better.
But if you're a nigga, all you got to do is sneeze. They
Oh
looking
yeah.
10 years back.
Oh yeah. If you're accused, yeah, is over with. And that's a sad reality that we face. It's like I'll say this: walking outside every day as a black man is like walking on eggshells. It's like you got to absolutely adjust everything about you to communicate a little bit in this world. And it's some you don't have to do, but you're welcoming negative elements into your life. And it's not even your fault. A lot of it's not even your fault. It's just the fact that you it's your skin color, and you might have some kind of self-respect or some kind of assertion about yourself. You know. Do you get
Yeah.
more flack being an upstanding individual? Or
Hell
do you
no.
get or do you get more flack being an ass? Okay, I mean, let me ask it. Okay, because I think you were disagreeing in the context of slack.
It, it, so as a black man, I get it both ways, right? Being an upstanding individual, yeah, if the people know you per se, but you can walk around in a suit and tie, motherfuckers still call you a nigga. You still a nigga. Yeah, either way you look at it, he's still a nigga. So, but yeah, you're more likely to be fucked with if you're an asshole on a consistent basis.
Say it fucked with as in what? Come up and you deserve it? What's going on?
Yeah. Come up. Prime example would be I guess OJ.
Saying that OJ was an asshole?
Yeah, OJ was an asshole. He was doing too much, and that shit bit him in the ass. That's why these white motherfuckers, got him back, and they was like, "So, we heard you were trying to get your own property back, right? Yeah, I'm the juice. That was my property. That was my stuff. Okay, so you were stealing. No, that was my property. Yeah, you went to go steal from these men, yeah, but they had my stuff. Yeah. You went to go steal from the people that were holding some artifacts that we can't prove was yours. They threw the book at that nigga. And then he moved to Florida, and they still was fucking with him. You better not catch that nigga doing nothing we'll get his ass. And he's still out here doing stupid shit. So he's an individual who, he's an asshole on a consistent basis. I wouldn't be surprised if something else happened to that nigga. Well before the white man who shot Trayvon.
Yeah, they're gonna put him on the beaten path until he checks out of here. Because he was not supposed to get away with that. When you're in the system of WS, especially when you're accused of killing white people, you're not supposed to get away with that. And OJ still hasn't really gotten away with it. Like he actually spent some time in prison, not related to that. But one thing I would say about OJ Simpson, his lawyers right after the trial told him to lay low because of stuff like that, and he didn't. Not at all.
Remember, so my personal thing is, I don't think OJ did that per se. I don't think he specifically went over and killed them. Now, he may have had somebody do it or something, but I think the glove didn't fit, so you got to acquit, right? But the cold killer was, after that court case was done, what this fucking dumbass nigga do? He wrote a book. If I did it.
If I did it, I'd have did it this way. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Nigga,
like,
what?
Can you imagine if O'Shea? I mean, not O'Shea. I'm sorry, OJ. Imagine if OJ would have done that in modern day, like been accused of killing 2 people and then he got found innocent, and then wrote a book. Can you imagine that? Well, anyway, all right, guys. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see how many likes we got here. We got 34 people watching from what I can see, and we got 34 likes. So that's a pretty good ratio. So, but
Winner.
but if one of those likes isn't yours, if that was from somebody who was watching earlier, go ahead and make one of those likes yours. Go ahead and hit that like button, please. And tonight's topic is cancel this, cancel that, cancel culture.
Do you remember? Because this runs back, and all the black folks trying to cancel black men for this shit. Dominique, I want to say Johnson. He was the man at the Opera nightclub with a black woman by the name of maybe Crystal or something to that effect. And she was live while on the dance floor, and she accuses man of raping her on the dance floor. Do you remember this?
You're not talking about Jasmine Island, are you? The Jasmine Island
There you
incident.
go. Jasmine Island, where she accused that man of raping her on the dance floor.
Well,
And even though we saw the video footage, they still wanted to cancel her, cancel that dude, and every black man that said, you can't see that woman get raped. Which, again, she wasn't raped, but she was claiming she was.
okay, but what of him? What is going on with him?
I checked that case maybe last month. He's just been allowed out on bond, like just recently, right? He pretty much has lost everything. He's been out on bond, and he filed a motion to leave the state to go fight a custody battle, I think in Tennessee over his children. But that nigga don't have shit. He doesn't have not a goddamn thing. They beat him up at every pass they got. They kept him in prison for what is it now? 2 years now. They prevented him from getting his bond lowered on multiple occasions. They prevented his case from being dismissed because after that incident, another woman came through and said that she was raped on a date rape, or like they went on a date or something like that. She said something to the effect of she woke up in his bed and that's not yeah, she was drugged, something happened. But this nigga's case is still ongoing.
Yeah, that's a guilty to prove an innocent thing. When they say BWs are unprotected, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you can literally say anything and the guy get punished. That dude lost every fucking thing. He lost everything, and if there was a crime committed, then he damn sure paid for it. I would say that, but is yeah, he got canceled like a motherfucker from his life, and if I don't feel very optimistic about his custody trial either. I mean his custody battle either, because he finna lose them kids.
Yeah. So he went. I mean, he was gone. Nigga was gone for damn near 2 years. They just let him out, and so imagine this nigga's in this nigga's in this situation. They got him there. He's got kids. They won't let him out, and then COVID hits, and you still won't let this nigga out. And then he finally, by the grace of God, gets out, and now he's gonna go fight a custody battle, which he's sure to lose. Um, and from what it looks like there's a little battle between his lawyers because he had a black woman out there in Atlanta called Shequel Ross as his original lawyer. She took his case pro bono, and then at another point, this nigga got another lawyer. So it looks like there's a little battle because they're trying to remove one from the case, which is the woman. This shit look crazy. I I'm tempted to pay for the little minutes, and because it's like $1 a page, some shit like that. So I'm tempted to pay for the shit just to see. But this is a crazy situation.
Yeah, very, very, very crazy. And the part that got me was after this alleged rape happened, she went to a twerking contest. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you get a little sick of tired of hearing like, oh, the shock of this, the shock of that. She didn't know that what happened. She wasn't aware of what happened. Like, what are you
Well,
talking about?
her charge went from a rape charge to her charge in particular went from a rape charge to uh, a, a sodomy charge. And what they're basically alleging is he put a finger in her butt. So, the
And
original narrative was that he raped this woman on the dance floor. He stuck his dick in her. Uh, she had no control of her body, no control of her motor functions. Um, oh, the horror, the horror. And, you know, the reality is she was in the club being loose and a nigga stuck his finger in the boot. Now, I don't know if the nigga had the consent, if she was able to give consent, um,
yeah,
if she liked
but
it, if she tried it, but
did they ever release the rape? They did a rape kit, didn't they?
Yeah. So I don't think they're gonna release it. The information's there. The court probably knows what it is. It probably is in his documents in his court minutes, but um, they didn't charge him with rape. They charged him with sodomy.
And sodomy defined in the state of Georgia. Let me get clear. It doesn't even have. It doesn't even have to be penetration. You could brush a
Brush
hand
up against.
against a naked rear end, and that's considered sodomy.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, no penetration whatsoever. Just brush up against a naked rear end, and it's sodomy. Even though I don't know what situation, besides consensual, that you would brush up against a naked rear end, and God forbid it be non-consensual. But even though no penetration happens, if the person decides it's sodomy, then in the state of Georgia, it is sodomy. And then that's one of just like the archaic laws that kick in every time like some strange case comes up that will get somebody fucked over.
Like you had a duck in the bathtub. That's an extra 10 years to your sentence, nigga. What?
Yeah, because of some law that was written in 1897 or some shit like that. You know, they get that. I mean, you'd be surprised at how many court cases ended because some law that was on the books that a lawyer just happened to find that nobody's paid attention to in a bunch of years, but it just happens to apply in such case. Like they use that law to screw that brother over. Period. It's so if the charge went from rape to sodomy, and it proves that her naked rear end was all over that dance floor, which was proved in the twerking contest, and he seen dancing on her, then technically that's sodomy.
Yeah, I mean, they probably got the kid back, right? So the kid goes through. And for those who don't know, what happens on the kid is, kid goes through. They test her blood. They go under her fingernails. I think they go through, that area and they check to see if there's any DNA, hair, nails, scratches, fibers from certain clothing, etc. So, I'm more than positive, they went and, ran through her whole area and they probably matched something up with this nigga's jeans and maybe even his fingers. Who knows? But, at this point, you're reaching and you're really only reaching because of the community outcry. I remember when this shit happened, it was a bunch of black women, but it was a black woman who got up and she read this crazy ass poem and was calling for his arrest and crying on national TV like something had happened to her. So now you as a prosecutor, you as the attorney general in this state, you have all this shit going on. Are you going to just be like, oh yeah, let them loose? This was some bullshit, this is a hard situation, but clearly this was two drunk motherfuckers at the club. Let's just push on past this. Or are you gonna say, oh shit, I got an election year coming up. Oh shit, you know what? We got to maintain our office standards. These motherfuckers will come back and get us backlash. Charge that nigga with sodomy.
Over an archaic law, I might add.
Yeah, they probably had to go in the books, or they probably knew that this was some funny shit. They was like, fuck it. At the end of the day, if he beats the case, he won the legal system. If he loses the case, it's no sweat off my back.
Yeah, it just sounds like that they were trying to get him with something. And if they reduced the charge from rape to sodomy, that sounds like they were just trying to get him. I mean, because the accusation was rape. It was rape. The word rape was used. So I mean, to me it just sounds like that they just got him on that law. You know, they tried it. They tried. It's like, and they'll destroy someone's life to save face. We know we have a culture that does that.
Right. And then remember, the video looked crazy from the phone perspective, right? So
because it looked like she started playing victim once she realized she was being recorded.
Yeah, she started doing little shit like she was. It looked like she was passing out, which I thought was crazy. But you know, like she was bending forward real hard, like she was passing out on the dance floor, and then she would wake up mid wake up. And mind you, this nigga is supposed to be what 6'3", 6'2". Like this is a big ass nigga. And Jasmine Eland is what 5'1", 4. Now, or is she even that tall? I thought she was like a little girl, like 4'11" or some shit. So you know, motherfucker bending over on you, you don't know what the fuck is going on because you got to bend over to see what the fuck she doing. And then you know, she's got the camera right next to her. This shit looks a whole lot worse than what it is. And I say that because when they interviewed the people in the club was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, this bitch was on some regular shit, and this was just a regular situation. And they compared it to the footage on the phone. The footage on the phone looked heroin. Like, oh my god, he's that guy. But the people in the club, they was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" She was fine. The bitch was twerking on stage 10 minutes later.
Yeah, let me see. Let me read this comment from Nick Org. By the way, shout out to Nick Org. He said, respectfully, black men should not be complaining about cancel culture unless they are carving out a niche for anti-black male bias. Cancel culture usually means punishing white anti-black actors. LOL. That's kind of what I did in the beginning. How these anti-Black Manosphere people have been trying to get the Black Manosphere canceled. You know, just you know, by using the most egregious words that you can use to try to take somebody down, rape and pedophilia. So I already carved that out. Yeah, and then there's anti-black male bias, like we're talking about right now with the Jasmine Island situation. So yeah. Otherwise, cancel culture. Cancel culture has affected black men. Think about it this way: what black man hasn't been canceled for looking at a white girl? Like, look at the Michael B. Jordan situation. That man, everybody know he can date anybody he wants to date, but he took a picture with a white girl. A narrative was twisted, and black women talked about him for like 2 years until he started dating Lori Harvey. So you know he was canceled. Donald Glover was canceled. Shit, they still canceling Michael Strahan, although I don't really care about that, and not, you know, that's for other reasons. They canceled Nate Parker. You know, so black men are being canceled. So that is a problem for black men. It really is. So as far as our community goes, I don't care what whites and Asians and other groups canceling blacks, because I feel like other groups' minds are made up anyway. But yes, we do make it very, very difficult for black men who date out. Very difficult. In fact, the most difficult. So yeah. So
because you didn't want a strong black woman, you want a bitch you could just run
hey Donnie, barely hear you, man.
I said you just didn't want a strong black woman, you just wanted a white bitch that you could run over.
Yeah. Couldn't handle. Why do people want to talk about they want to be handled or something like that? I mean, in one stroke you claim independence, and then in the next stroke is you couldn't be handled. So what the fuck exactly are you trying to say?
My response used to be to that.
like, oh yeah, you just want a bitch you can walk all over. You don't want a strong black woman, and they were on this little rant. Oh, you just not you don't want no strong, duh, bitch, duh. Yes, I want a bitch I can walk over. I want it easy, duh, nigga. Yeah, you think I want to struggle? You think I want to fight you? I'm cool. Yeah, bring on Becky.
Donnie, I'm sure some people can hear you, man, but you're kind of hard to hear. Like, I don't know how your phone or whatever is set up, but I just wanted to tell you that. But yeah, brothers. What I think Donnie is saying, brothers should go where they're happy. Fuck, if you because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I believe to an extent that all black men start out loving black women. I believe that. Oh, there he is. He's back in. I believe
Yeah.
that. Yeah, a lot better, Donnie. But
Perfect.
all right, but I believe to an extent that all black men started out loving black women because they grown up around nothing but black women. They had a black mother, have black aunties, black cousins, and everything. But at the same time, I would say that we need to stop thinking in terms of incest. Nobody wants to. I mean, a lot of some of the simps will say stuff like, "Oh man, if I can marry a woman, I want to marry a woman just like my mother." Which I gotta have you evaluated if you say that. No black man is trying to sleep with their mother. I mean, unless you're sick in the head. I mean, no, like so. Stop implying incest as a way to get black to stay with black. Like this dick policing, and canceling brothers if you can't live vicariously, uh, you know, through him because of your own. Oh, Donnie,
Yo.
explain the vicarious failure.
So a vicarious failure, right? Vicarious prime example of a vicarious failure would be a single mother who has a child by a loser ass nigga, right? So her whole life, her whole world is ahead of her, and she goes out. She meets a loser ass nigga. She has a baby by this loser ass nigga. She puts on a little weight. She starts trying to collect the check, and she realizes men do not want to date her because she has a baby, and she has a loser ass baby daddy. Now, where the vicarious failure part comes in is these women look at Ciara and Russell Wilson. Ciara is a successful, attractive black woman who dated a pookie rapper who gave her a baby, and she was able to go off and go get herself a Russell Wilson, a rich man who wants to play stepdaddy to her kids and do everything else that comes in the dreams and fairy tales and shit like that, right? These women will focus on these Russell Wilson and Ciara types so hard they will fight them to the death because they are living vicariously through them while failing in real life, aka a vicarious failure.
Yeah, you have to think of celebrities as outliers, as special cases. Yeah, I say that because there are some uh, pale content creators that use the celebrity argument as far as marrying single mothers and the high value man argument. But when we speak of single mothers, and not all, because depending on what your standard is, I'll just say that. But with the single, we're talking about the little ghetto hood rat, masculine acting. And I mean, like, this is actually, we're literally talking about that. We're not just saying that. We're talking about the masculine welfare queen. We're talking about that bitch. We're talking about the one that comes on the internet and says, "What the fuck is wrong with these niggas? Y'all need therapy." Yeah, I've been told a couple times I need therapy in the past week because I don't understand why why people are using Russell Wilson and Ciara to fuck with black men. Because 99% of the time when I see a post about Russell Wilson and Sierra, is shaming black men. What's
because
wrong?
because this woman was able to go and find a nigga that is an exceptional loser, right? You got to think. Remember Russell Wilson before this whole Sierra thing? Like, let's go back in time. Before he ever met Sierra, what were we laughing at this nigga about?
You talking about you talking about his wife cheating on him with what was that dude name? The dude with the special name?
His wife was fucking his teammate. Imagine you have a because he had a basic Becky. This nigga had a great value white bitch, right? He didn't have a top shelf. He didn't have a top tier. He had a uh bottom shelf Karen, right? And then this bitch had the audacity to go and fuck his teammate. This nigga is the quarterback of an NFL team. Then basically you're the one that everybody has to depend on. And your bitch went and fucked a nigga who was what, third string? So imagine the amount of loss, the amount of L's that this motherfucker took. I said it before. Sierra found herself a sucker. She knew this nigga was a sucker. It was researched. This bitch probably went to a sucker finding specialist, and she was like, you know what? My number one candidate would be Russell Wilson. And now you see this nigga doing everything he can out of the sim playbook, and it's brought up to say, black men, why are you not more like Russell Wilson? Because we're not fucking losers. The difference between Russell Wilson and any other losing black men or loser ass nigga black man, right, is that Russell Wilson just so happened to have a millionaire contract with the Seattle Seahawks, right? But if you strip that away from him, right? If football was gone, if the nigga ended up like most professional athletes and he was broke, do you think that Sierra would be there?
And the answer is, yeah, I mean, like that's a pretty safe thing to say. I don't expect women who like have done well in their lives to date broke dudes. I don't, even though it happens, and it happens more often than you think. But the Russell Wilson is kind of a dweeb. You know, I mean, I used to laugh at the dude when he was doing American Family Insurance commercials.
Oh God.
Like, who the fuck is this?
Like, the nigga's
it wasn't because it was, and he wasn't with Sierra then. He wasn't with Sierra then. So, like I say, I laughed at him for other reasons. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's a stellar athlete. Nobody's taking anything away from his athletic ability. It's very good. Super Bowl quality quarterback. Any day of the week.
But, right. He's a phenomenal athlete. He's a phenomenal athlete. But if you take away that money, right? If he retires, right, and he ends up like most athletes where his money is gone, is his wife going to be A, faithful until his dying breath, or B, like Larsa Pippen and out in these streets?
Said she gonna go back to the streets one day. It's only a matter of time. And one more thing, and then we can probably kind of move on. What are you girls gonna do if they ever break up? Like, I'm not hoping they break up. I hope they last until they're old and gray and shaking and don't know each other's names, and their kids got them in retirement homes and shit, or their kids or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Like, maybe a little Future, come around and do whatever. But I hope they have the most successful, the most loving, the most wonderful relationship. Stand up on the mountain of black love and shine their lights on everyone, and everyone feels good every time they look at those two. That's a hell of a couple. They're in love. Because right now, what y'all doing is fake as fuck. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Y'all, what y'all doing right now is super fake.
She keeping herself in the limelight. She's not. Now I give her some credit because she's not pushing this at the Kim Kardashian level, right? But she does like to do shit to keep herself in the limelight. I've seen on many occasions where I've looked on my girl's phone and I can see Ciara twerking and doing little dance moves, and then she walked through the house and Russell Wilson is sitting on the couch with a little goofy ass dance. Like, nigga, you sitting there with a rhythmless dance and your bitch is twerking for 3.4 million niggas to see, and you think that she's not using you? Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. All right, say no more.
Yeah, well, she her body is a party.
Yeah, has that
This is
bitch put out an album? A
I
successful
want me some
album
love and affection. Hey, but let me read Sonny's Hot Raw's comment for the super chat. Appreciate it. Seriously. Just like how they like to tell us I can do bad by myself, brothers should start telling them whenever they say strong black woman, I can do strong by myself. LOL. That's very witty and creative. Probably, brothers, start using that. Oh man, I just want y'all to come back and tell me the looks on their faces when you say that.
But you know what? I'm over here fading. But so I'm gonna say this: if Russell Wilson made $40,000 a year, right, and he had this hot, attractive wife who came over to him with a future type nigga's kids, all I would say is I would like to see a paternity test on all them kids because I'm pretty sure all of them kids, including Future's kid, have the same daddy. That's where I would be at, right? If this nigga was making $40,000-$50,000 a year, and she ran over to him talking about he being a stepdaddy, I'm pretty sure she would still be fucking that nigga that she had the first baby by, and all them kids would be matching, nigga. And Russell Wilson would have us. I suspect it, but she's my wife, so I'm just gonna raise my kids, and them kids would all hit over the age of 18, and she'd go back fucking with Future.
Okay. Shout out to War Child. Stop by for a little while. Shoot. Let's see. Nick Org. Let me read this comment. Said black men are the only cohort of person that do not understand collective bargaining and mating. Arabs, Indians, whites cancel dimes just for loving niggas. We cannot even cancel obese single mothers. Now, you often hear that black men they talk like black men are the least tolerable of the women, that they cancel the women, that they think the women ain't shit, that black men hate black women and all that stuff. No, if you really take it back and examine and look at it, you're talking about a very small minority of dudes that complain on the internet. I mean, and you try to associate that with the black manosphere, but we are actually the most tolerable people of anyone.
Facts.
Like black men are the most. That's why you be hearing about black men being in so many bad relationships with these women, because we put up with the shit. We put up with the shit and we give it chance after chance after chance after chance. Black men won't even leave. It's always the woman that initiates the divorce. So I mean, what is all this talking about cancellation of black women? When people say that does not happen. That's why I say it's a lie.
I mean, but the thing is, on behalf of who though? Because if they're saying we're canceling, it's like no, it's like this. Nick Org said we can't even cancel obese single mothers. When think about it, around anywhere else in the world, saying they would be considered, spoiled goods or whatever.
Yeah, it says spoiled goods. Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of cultures that hold themselves to a standard and hold the women to a standard as well, and we don't do that to our women. Now, I think one big resentment of the black manosphere is that you do have a lot of brothers that have a call to up our standards, just like it's being required of black men, because it would we'll get called broke in a second. Broke, conquered, defeated, all that shit. Right. It's like that's like breathing to them bitches sometimes to call us this. No,
Broke,
yeah,
conquered,
because
defeated.
I had one girl argue me down about, okay, if you can't accept the fact that you're conquered. People just get conquered though. There's plenty of civilizations that got conquered. Black men are just conquered in America. You just can't accept that fact. I was like, no, because black men aren't conquered in America. The fuck are you talking about? And I'm not talking, and I could even talk about it from a cultural standpoint. I mean, we did have a lot of things that happened that led the country to this position right now. And we do have a lot of people that need to be deprogrammed. But to say that black men are generally defeated and conquered, and I mean,
Nah.
that people try to, they try to explain it from a systemic and sociological aspect that black men are conquered and are defeated. And there
Wait,
are a lot.
how do you explain it from that aspect and the fact that the effort is still put forth to sabotage?
Yeah, because if something is conquered and defeated, you wouldn't have to put up such an effort to shit on it and make sure that everybody knows that shit. Like you walking around, black men are defeated. Please understand that. And it's like you're going in front of people and yelling that shit. It's like and I told somebody today, there's not one white man that I ever ran into that hasn't flinched a little bit for me looking in their eyes and shaking their hand with a firm grip. That's the one thing my dad taught me to do. You know, that's one of the things that my dad taught me to do. Every man that you meet, you look them in the eye and you shake their hand, especially if they're white. They can't stand it. They can't. They naturally can't stand it.
Yeah, like nothing break eye contact first.
Yeah. Every time. When I go on job interviews and the dude white that's sitting across from me, I make sure I stick right to looking in his eye.
Yep.
Yeah, because then working in like customer service for some years, like when I do an interview, they're always telling me stuff like, you have to shrink yourself. It's like, where is this coming from? And still, I don't break eye contact.
Right.
You have to shrink yourself. I was like, okay.
I see what that means, because I didn't. It's the whole thing is you realize that the whole thing with nepotism. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. It might sound racist, might sound mean or whatever, but that's been my experience. That most pilgrims that get in, their spots of management and all that, qualifications usually don't really be there like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, or if they are doing it, they're not really doing it to the utmost. It's just more on the line of, okay, do what you do to get by, to maintain a good standing of, being a quality establishment or whatever. Maybe not super superior quality establishment, but good enough. And with them, the way that they operate, that nepotism thing, man, is the intelligence thing. They want you to dim your light, especially if you show up knowing what to do, even though they hire you so that they think you'll be a good addition. You know what I'm saying? To I guess becoming an asset to the company or something like that. But they hire you wanting you to know how to do what you do, and then when you do it, you get flat.
Yeah. Y Skinner Man Cave. I just put a link in the chat. You can come up. It's cool. I mean, you look like a mature, level-headed individual. You have the courtesy of asking, but just hit that link and follow the directions. Give yourself an avatar or come on camera if you like, and say what you got to say. This is a channel for Black men to give their perspective. I mean, I also have advocated, like, I don't mind women coming up here on these panels either. People have often had the misconception that I want women into space. Like, something like that, or I want disruptive women, or I want a simp for women, or whatever. I'm just saying that as a note, because I actually went in a chat and somebody said, well, there are no women over here, and we make sure that. And I'm sitting up there like, okay, well, where did that energy come from? Just because I said some shit, like, it's like, that's not all I think about. People, what we do as a people is Black people are people that we are of a knee-jerk reaction. We're emotional. We'll pick the one thing that we don't like about somebody, and we will put it in the thinking and in the framing of that's all that person is about.
Right, that's the entirety of character.
So if I say something about Lizzo, then somebody gonna say I hate fat chicks. They're gonna say something like that. If I talk about somebody, if I talk about somebody with a gimp leg, and it may be because they're being an asshole, they're gonna be like, Kevin, you hate handicapped people.
But the fact you got brutally honest in your joint, that don't mean nothing to him, though. I mean, it's brutally honest.
People. Let me tell you something. When you got people, and I've often gotten this feedback that they believe that naming this black men being brutally honest was an automatic shot at black women. When you got people like that. No, for real. No, I'm not even joking, man. I'm not even joking.
God. That's some ego right there.
People look at that name and think that I'm taking automatic shots at black women. How in the fuck did you come up with that? That's like me looking at black girl magic programs and be like, oh, wait a minute, y'all are gonna include black boys in that shit too? Oh.
You know what? Because probably most of the time cats ain't brutally honest with it. It be, a lot of cats do be simping with some shit with it. You know what I'm saying? And they probably never received some brutal honesty, you know what I'm saying? Ergo they always living out of pocket. But my thing is, what do you think the honest things that brothers don't be brutal about? You know what I'm saying? Like so we say it's chicks, chicks think it's them. They think the top one is them, which a big factor, but not the main one.
No. It's like when you accept a fact that doesn't favor a group of people, then they think that's automatic hate. Like, okay, if you say something like, okay, 80 to 90% of the prison population is from single mom homes.
Right.
They're going to say you hate women because of that. Period. Even if that's a fact, even if you put it out there.
What the fuck is this empirical data shit?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've heard plenty of people say, especially women. I hear women all the time say, I don't like to necessarily use stats. I was like, what? Because they don't favor your narrative.
Bitch, take that up with the government.
Fuck it out of here. I mean, black male unemployment and like shit like that. Yeah, I do agree. It's something that black men should be concerned with.
Definitely.
I mean, but since we're not monolithic thinkers, or here's the thing. Here's the thing. We black men have always been taught to fend for ourselves. That nobody was going to hand us anything. So, do holistically, do we care if the next man doesn't have a damn job? We tell that man, no, man, you gotta pick your nuts up and do that shit. We'll tell niggas that shit. Mm-hmm. But we got a new guy up here, Y Skinner. Sir, you are allowed to speak and speak your mind. Say whatever you need to say.
Peace,
brother. Thanks for coming up, by the way, and thanks for tuning in. Are you subbed? If you're not, go below that screen and hit the sub button.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thanks guys for letting me up, but I'm kind of hearing the echo.
Yeah, if you don't have headphones, it might do that. If you're on speaker, it also might do that as well.
It's kind of a delay. I've got headphones.
If you have any audio playing in the background, it might be searching for anything that it could be hearing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
On the AI subconscious side of the game. Boy, I swear to God, these phones are gonna be running us. Somebody got some
y'all.
Oh, okay. You sound like you got some background, Skinner. So unless you live, if you don't mind, would you like mute that? And that might be Kev. Hey, Kev.
No, that's not me. That's not me at all.
Yeah, if you got TV going, Skinner, you want to mute that TV, fam.
Any other ambient sound or whatever. I mean, but if you can tune it out, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. You got the floor. All right. So anytime you're ready, we're listening.
All right. So what you think about the cancel culture, Skinner? What's up?
Okay. I had the TV on.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You want to turn that off, please?
Okay.
No Nick and Night tonight.
Man, I'm not that familiar with this council.
Nah, it's all good. So recently, who are you aware that's been canceled with the whole cancel culture thing? And they don't have to be, particularly, an entertainer or something like that.
Let's put it like this: cancel culture. If somebody says something that offends somebody, then they want to find a reason to take away their ability to be on a platform. Basically, that's what cancel culture is. Or if you're accused of something like Bill Cosby, that Bill Cosby was what?
Fondling sleepy white pilgrim chicks.
All y'all kind of talk at the same time.
Nah, brother, that's you. Go ahead. You got the floor. Okay, so yeah, I could hear in the background, man. You gotta if you got YouTube on, you gotta mute YouTube.
Okay.
So you might have another tab open. So mute what you was watching, and that'll take care of that.
Okay, so where do I go to mute the YouTube?
No, I mean
Okay.
go to the tab and then just mute. Go to the bottom where the line will pop up where it gave you all the option and just the speaker looking thing. Just hit mute. Sound like you did it already.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, so you're good now. Go ahead. You got the floor. I mean, is it something that did you hear us say something and then it caused you to want to come up and share what you thought about it? What's going on? You got the floor, Y Skinner. I'll mute. Y Skinner, don't mute yourself on StreamYard. Like mute your YouTube tab.
All right, Skinner. I've been drinking, man. You gotta help me out here, dog. I've been.
Don't mute yourself. He muted himself on StreamYard.
I got this.
What about now?
Better, much better. There we go. I'm about to roast you, dog. I'm about to roast you. I got this crown over here.
What about now? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
we
good,
hear you now. But here's the thing: if you got YouTube on in another tab on your computer,
I got YouTube on up here.
Okay, mute that YouTube, mute it. We can hear it.
Okay, what about now? Hello?
Better.
All right, you're good. That's way better. Now so you got the floor. You got the floor.
Okay, so I have to have the YouTube off and I'm on StreamYard.
Yeah, okay. You're on StreamYard, you're live. So you got the flow live with us. What it do, man?
Yeah. Okay, how y'all doing, man?
Oh, we're good.
Maintaining, brother. Maintaining.
I've been listening to Kel for about a couple of months now. And I'm usually up late at night. And so I kind of enjoy the show. By the way, I'm retired and I'm up late. And so I've been enjoying the show late at night. This has been real nice for me because it keeps me from being bored late. So
that's what's up.
This council, what y'all talking about tonight, I'm not that familiar with it, but I have really enjoyed some of y'all's other shows that you've had, and so this is the first time for me, guys.
Okay.
And welcome, brother. Welcome.
You have to kind of bear with me. I've been hearing a lot about the Manosphere. I listened to Roger earlier today. And it was a lot of fun, listening to him. I'm not that familiar with the Manosphere. Is that something that you have to join? Is there certain rules to it? Just kind of let me know what's going on.
The manosphere basically, and I'm going to go ahead and say this. I may not be the best person to describe the black manosphere to you. All I really can see is as a collective of black men that are, on YouTube that are trying to gain that the ultimate goal is to gain balance within our culture by I don't know, furthering ourselves. A lot of the conversations they're dynamically different. Some guys can tell you how to make money. Some guys can tell you about the opportunities that they have experienced that you can take advantage of. A lot of the more popular ones focus on relationship talk. As much as people don't want to admit it, sometimes it's like they say that black men talk too much about black women, and I never hear it vice versa. And I always I'm not this whole tit for tat person, so I'm not on here to talk about black women because I've been hearing black women talk about black men. I'm not here to do that. But the implication in a lot of circles is that's what we're doing. But they just won't admit that the kind of chit chat and topics that are related to relationship topics are just popular. That's what it is. It's popular, and people like to feed a mess. But there's a bad stigma on the black manosphere. And I'm not saying that there are not troubled individuals here that complain about things that they can help. I'm not saying those guys don't exist, but I don't think the black manosphere is fairly represented from a lot of people that are on the outside of the black manosphere. I think the black manosphere is quite helpful. If there was a black manosphere and a YouTube if there was a black manosphere and a YouTube when I was younger, it probably would help. It probably would have helped me a lot with help me explain a lot of life problems and a lot of things that I didn't understand in my youth. And the black manosphere and people who speak in such a way actually helped me put together a lot of the things that I was thinking when I was a child growing up into adulthood, because when you're I was born in 76. In the 80s, feminism became very popular.
Right.
And, from the things that I was hearing about, all I can hear was this is about taking advantage of men, depowering men. That was one of the first red pill moments I ever had, because people hear feminism and be like, oh, it's about women's rights. No, it's not about women's rights. It's not about women's rights. It never was about women's rights. I mean, women's rights is women's rights. Women's rights. Feminism is feminism. Not just so much that, but I would also notice in some instances that black people were unusually evil toward each other. I got some real I got my history very early. The true it was kind of traumatic because my brother my oldest brother read a lot of those books. He read a lot of those books, and we used to talk about these things, and it used to scare me a lot because I didn't understand how we used to live in a culture in this country where black people were treated so horribly and murdered, raped, all that shit, and when I became older, going into teenager, it's I didn't understand why in certain neighborhoods black people were so unusually cruel toward each other. It'd be at all levels. It'd be anywhere from your next door neighbor might have planted a tree on your property by accident, or some shit like that, or somebody plays their music loud and there's an overreaction or something like that when you can just simply ask them to turn their music down, or something like that. I mean, these are all things I have seen that resulted in arguments and fights that could have been avoided if we just gave in to our more sensible selves. And my thing is to use the Black Manosphere to try to find the answers to most of our psychological problems. And it seems to me that we are a people that don't want out of it. Like the lies and the slander that the Black Manosphere face is like when people say that we're okay with rape and pedophilia. To me, a man with a very, very young daughter, that's some of the worst shit that you can say about anyone. And we pull no punches with each other when it comes to that. When we hate each other, we will do anything to destroy us. It's so, and I feel like it's one of the few things that hold us back as a people. So,
Kev, where did you grow up?
I grew up in Montgomery, Alabama.
Okay.
Now
I kind of understand.
Yeah, I grew up with civil rights movement in my face, Martin Luther King narratives in my face.
Yeah,
Rosa Parks narratives in my face. Yeah, it's not like, and I look for the true meaning behind it because in 7th grade I learned that Rosa Parks was pushed into that shit, and then they didn't want to use Claudette Colvin because she was pregnant. I found that out very early. Was her name Claudette Colvin?
I think that was it.
Yeah. I found that out very early. So I mean, it wasn't like I was like on 7th grade. Martin Luther King had a dream. Rosa Parks went on that bus, and goddamn, even though I was kind of like that, like I wasn't. I mean, I knew that there was a truth behind it that nobody was talking about.
Right.
Because like one of my first indications was how the perception, the WS perception of the Revolutionary War versus what Black people were going through during those times.
Right.
People would come to me, spirit of 1776. And then in other instances, I hear about how Black people are getting whooped because they're, doing really hard labor for free for the ruling class. Like George Washington is a great person, but he had slaves. What the
Facts.
Yeah, like no, that was the things that I started to put together, and what people who made better grades than me couldn't put that shit together, and I would always wonder why. I'm like, you look, okay, George Washington's such a great person, but Black people were slaves. Like people who look like me were getting their asses whooped.
But
like, come on now.
That's what showed you. It showed you, okay, so this is what my worth and value is to these folks. Because it's, shit with me is, Oklahoma, dog, they taught history a little bit too early. Because there wasn't really no Black people in the book. So as a Black person, you look, all right, what is the history of back then? And you see the Indians, and okay, the Indians, and it's only other people up in there is the Pilgrims. So
Killer Cam. Well, shout out to Killer Cam. He says, Kev, you freeing from Bama. What do you think about Love and Marriage Huntsville? If that's a reality show, I know nothing about it. I know absolutely nothing. That sounds like some hick shit. I gotta check it out. I gotta check it out because every time the mainstream media associates something with Bama, they're always talking about either football or they getting some dude that's doing an awful caricature of someone that they feel is from Alabama. I'm from Alabama, and they probably found some people like that. So, but before I make any more judgments, I'll check out Love and Marriage Huntsville, and if it piques any of my interest, which I'm going to guarantee 8 times out of 10 it won't, then I'll probably say something about it on a future show.
Do they do a lot of hunting in Huntsville?
I guess.
Like Alabama have any of them towns that used to have nigga in it? I would assume that Alabama would be one of them states where they got them towns or a river or something like that. They
slap out Alabama.
You know what I mean?
Man,
Dead nigga gorge or some shit. You know what I mean?
Dead nigga gorge. I mean, if they did, they probably changed the names very early. But I did hear that there is a nigga keep running Mississippi.
Oh shit! I wonder what the Black population is. Yo, bring it up.
Them niggas probably ran from that place. I mean,
holy shit!
Like, yeah, I mean, but it's just, but yeah, that's not like. But to answer Killer Cam, I know nothing. Killer Cam says, "Kev, check it out. It's about successful black couples in Huntsville building they black communities up." Oh, okay, that sounds super positive. That if that show is like that, then yeah, it is worth covering. Because, you know, everybody like, oh, we don't see too many examples of black love. There are examples of black love all over the place. I mean, go to your fucking local Walmart. Besides all the single mothers you see, you're going to see a lot of couples.
Come out here to DeSoto, Texas. Black couples building up black communities. They doing their thing out here. Cedar Hill, too.
Roger, you from Dallas?
Nah, I'm from North Coast.
But you living in Dallas?
Yeah.
DJ B side 1965 says nigger in Alabama. I'm gonna look this. I'm gonna look this shit up.
no, that's not Niggerton. That's Niger. If it's only one G, it's Niger, right? Nigerton.
No, that probably could just be one asterisk.
You know, that's funny thing with that word. You know what I'm saying? Because if they pull, I figured, you know, back in the day, if they didn't pull most folks of us, you know, from, we'll say, you know, they pull everybody from certain parts of Africa. The majority of people is pulled from, you know, they say Nigeria area, right? And the reason why I say Nigeria is because, you know, when you meet them over here and you know, see a little bit of that attitude, you're like, yeah, I can see y'all selling some motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, all that most people is Nigeria and shit.
DJ B side 1965, he's right and he's wrong. It was called Nigger Town, Alabama.
Holy shit! Wow. Go ahead, just put it out there on the nose, Nigger Town, huh?
Nigger Town,
hold on. But what was the what's the populace? Look at the consensus and see what the black populace was.
I think the name is no longer. I think it's no longer.
You can't search for shit in that name no more. Huh?
Let me see. Like
the Germans coming over here changing their name when they.
It appears that it was somewhere around Birmingham, but it said it was. I think I see a percentage like 3.8%. Like
it wasn't shit.
It wasn't too that. It was just something they named just to establish some kind of power and racism. You know that's all that shit sounds like.
Yeah, that's it.
Because if they were allowed to keep naming them towns, it'd be like Clayton Bisbee, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, they didn't start changing them shits until like Florida, 2015. Like 2015. So you mean they was able to, you know, like keep them shits all the way up?
Because it's one of their little trinkets. Like it's one of their little trinkets they get to keep. You know, as long as it goes under the radar, they're not going to change it. You know.
Well, that's the cowardice with it, because you see them like, you know, driving in certain rural areas, especially around here in Texas. You know, so you don't see it no more. But you used to see 3 flags. You see the U.S. flag everywhere. You used to see the Trump flag, and then you see the Confederate, right?
DJ B size 1965. Tomas, I was trying to be polite.
So you
no, man. Let me brutally honest here. Like that polite stuff. That's great, dog. That's great. But we're brutally honest here.
That's funny. That's funny.
And I mean, like, you know, that's where we were, and in a lot of instances, that's where we still are, and we should be made fully aware of all of that. You know, it's like when I had a person tell me one time that it was a black man tell me that he didn't want to know who the racist white people were. I mean, he I mean, and granted, this is a guy that had done well in corporate America.
I hate that term. I really do hate that term, racist white person. It's so offensive because it makes you think that it's about racism. It ain't about racism. It ain't nothing wrong with racism, because I mean, shit. If America can show you that they hate you in a myriad of ways and want to show you that whiteness is the color of prestige, okay, you got some human beings walking around with some so-called white color on them. How many of them ain't supposed to get a little bit of a complex about themselves, right? So it ain't the racism that's the issue. It's the fact that the so-called unbiased system tends to act in favor of that shit, as opposed to, all right, if we on some we are the world, everybody shit, get that racist motherfucker in check. But nah, they tend to flow with it and still want to say we ain't doing nothing white. You know what I'm saying? I think it's about whiteism more than it is the whole racism shit. Because you know what I'm saying, all them motherfuckers want to be able to define reality over everybody else, even if they don't hate you.
So what you're saying is, are you saying that racism and WS are different?
Hell yeah. Completely different. The thing is, the way we learned that shit, it was based off of emotion. The reason why we learn racism is based off the whole aspect of the civil rights shit, which is the whole equality thing. If the equality wasn't there and motherfuckers weren't getting their ass whooped by these people, they wouldn't call it racism. But if these motherfuckers was whooping somebody else's ass, wouldn't be no motherfuckers, marching on no shit for that. The thing is, black people wanted equality based off of the whole cultural character, the citizen aspect of the shit. But they tend to neglect what white means to white people. These motherfuckers weren't always white. This was something that they placed upon themselves. How much fucking passion and fervor do you think they had the moment that they put that shit on? And and by the time they came over here, you talking about 150 years deep into that shit. So you know what I'm saying? So my thing is, look at this shit as if you wasn't black and the same ill shit was being done to you. What would you call it? You couldn't call it racism because you ain't looking at no skin color. You looking deeper than skin color. You looking at historical, cultural character. So what do you think the Irish called it when the British was whooping up on their ass as bad as they was? They couldn't call it racism, but they got fucked up almost to the degree of which black people did, except slavery. With everything else, check that shit off of there. So you know what I'm saying? The whole racism thing, I think that's where the whole buffer racist class come in with the Trump shit and the Ku Klux Klan, the Confederate and shit, and they show you know what I'm saying, the frothing at the mouth motherfuckers, but you know what I'm saying, nigga, that Dennis living next to Chris Rock just as racist as fuck. Probably ain't got no Klansman's flag in his house or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, we tend to neglect what the fuck white means to white folk. We think that it means to them what it means to us. That's why we fuck up. That's why we think America means to them what America means to us. We think citizen means to us what we think it means to everybody. Get the fuck out of here. This shit is different in their head, dog. This is some tribal shit.
Yeah. All right. Shout out to Zero. That cool Marasaka. That motherfucker out there. Yeah, Zero. Zero just made 1K and his channel still growing. So, shout out to that brother.
Go ahead.
We got Miso up here. I think I know who that is. Miso. So
yeah, what's up, Kev? How you doing?
Oh God, dude. What's going on, man?
Oh, that's it.
How's it going, man?
Respect. How you been, man? Long time no hear, cuz.
Yeah, long time. I was just finishing off my exams, so I'm good now.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So yeah, guys like me finally passed, so I'm happy.
Shit, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, interesting conversation, guys. Someone said, "Is that Bandle Misogynoir?" Yeah, that's me. Right. So yeah, it's interesting conversation. I mean, I think ultimately how I see it is that there's just different aspects that people like to kind of look the world through. You're right. If you look at it just from a pure kind of truth perspective, yeah, it's 100%. Life is just a tribal war. You have different groups that are basically fighting for supremacy in different places. For example, as brothers, we are definitely the most dominant in sports. And this includes almost all sports apart from swimming. The reason I say swimming is because I think our bone density is a bit heavier. So we would never really be good for swimming. We'll just kind of get way down. But for everything else, we're basically, built to be the best in it. The issue is that this whole equality stuff is some of us find it difficult to compete because we just don't want to compete. We just want things to be, okay. So that's why this whole kind of equality this, equality that because we don't want to compete. Some of us.
Right.
The truth is, we should be wanting to compete. We should be wanting to dominate. Like I should be wanting to be the richest guy. I should be wanting to be the best company that's going to be providing a service. Because if you build all these things up, right, we don't have to rely on them. That's the thing that we kind of seem to always forget for some reason. We had great people like, Marcus and, all these people who had interesting blueprints. If they're just being carried out and successful, we wouldn't need to be integrating. No, we could integrate if we wanted to, but we wouldn't need to. The issue is when we keep fighting for this weird equality thing. I mean, it's the biggest nonsense. I mean, people literally.
But what it comes from trauma though. So and you gotta think about it. You heard what they said that Harriet Tubman said. I saved hundreds and could have saved thousands if they only knew that they were slaves. So think about the hard time that we have in, this day and age, trying to get folks to even think critical about some essential shit. You know what I'm saying? Nothing even, politically charged, anything like that. Now take your ass back 500 years or so, and you got to convince a motherfucker in chains, picking cotton. Yeah, that's slave shit, cuz. You got to convince him that he is slave.
Well, now I actually said something quite, something that most people would, be offended. But, hear me out. There's a reason why I'm saying this. I'm not saying that, because usually when I say something like this, I trigger people and then they think what I'm saying is the slaves deserve to be slaves. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just looking at it from the pure logic. So when I say to people, okay, so brothers and sisters chose to become slaves, right? Now, hear me out. I'm talking about it from
that is
right.
If you don't fight to the death, to the point where all of you die the fuck out, it's still
that's a choice.
It might be unfortunate of the stakes involved and shit, but ultimately, what the fuck does your life mean to you? What does humanity mean to you?
Exactly.
I'd rather all of us had died the fuck out and they got to write that bitch in the history. Did you know all them niggas died fighting us?
You have to realize that you have to realize that there was a psychology that went with that as well.
Yeah.
People were mind fucked into believing.
Yeah, it's called Jesus.
Man, that's messed up. Yo, son, I think you're the first brother that and that's basically understood what I was saying before I even said it. Yeah. Because that's a I call it witchcraft, right? When things kind of get taken over the meaning, and then people just start believing something different. Because, like you said, some brothers and sisters chose to fight and they died. Some chose to fight and they succeeded. Some chose to become a slave for a short time, then escape. Some decide, there's so many different variations. Some brothers, like Toussaint Overture over in Haiti, decided to create a rebellion and they won, etc. So if these things happened, obviously, then it's a choice, because if someone chose to be different, of course, then that means, it's basic logic. But for some reason, like you said, we're so traumatized that to even consider that, we feel like we're justifying it, right? We don't understand how something can be true, but still be unjust. For some reason, we have to now recreate the truth.
You also got to think about it though, man, as intentful that one could be towards making a decision to free themselves. One can have such, power of intentionality behind staying where the fuck they at,
man,
and actually, you feel me, and really wanting to, like, if you never got a chance, dog, read the slave narratives of Alabama, Arkansas, Texas. If you get a chance, though, you'll be stupefied at how many of them actually preferred to have a master to be, to work under and to be owned by.
Because a lot of them weren't taught how to survive; they were taught how to be subservient.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that butt breaking was a myth?
Nah, because I have you guys seen Ghetto Gaggers?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So that exists today, and that's like a modern context. These people don't have to be forced to do that kind of stuff, but a lot of black women go there. They allow all sorts of madness to happen to them by these racist white guys. Now, if that can happen in today's society where they're paid, they don't even have to be forced into it. You can be hell sure that way worse stuff was happening there. Just simple logic. There's gay people. There's rapists. Of course, that would have happened just because they had the power without any kind of legal. There was no legal or any kind of ways for these brothers to be protected. So logically, I would say it would have happened.
I mean, you okay? Well, yeah. Again, we get back to the cultural perspective with it. This is where the racism don't mean nothing. If you start looking at the culture, then you're forced with another hard decision, much like, what I'm saying, acknowledging that slavery was a choice all the way around, even though a fucked up choice. But what I'm saying, fuck it, if death is how it's supposed to be, death is how it's supposed to be. But I gotta be free. So so an aspect of, with these pilgrims, I mean, look, you look in Europe, they have, animal brothels and shit. So it's, safe to say they took that shit all the way around the world. And then an aspect of switching a goat, a human for a goat, whatever, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing, if you're looking at the cultural, now that's what a lot of black people don't like to do. That's why a lot of black people don't really like really read history, because you eventually get to the point to where something is going to be associated with slavery, and then you're going to have to point that finger that you don't want to point.
Right.
Because oh shit, you know what I'm saying, Jesus is white. Subconsciously.
Yeah, but I mean, even that whole white Jesus thing, I didn't understand it, because if you actually even, let's say I'm not religious, whatever, but if you even read that book, right, it talks about this nigga having a woolly hair and dark skin burnt in a furnace. You ask yourself, okay, so that gay ass nigga who they used to portray him, Caesar Borgia in Europe, he actually was gay. You're like, that makes no sense. That's no woolly headed burnt black nigga.
But if you get a people who all they want is your praise. Okay, so think about it. Think about the I say this shit a lot. When segregation, when things were desegregated, whatever, the drain that happened to black communities with black folks, leaving their communities trying to be around these pilgrims.
You're right.
So you got to ask yourself, okay, how deep does that go? Because that definitely ain't the whatever generation did that. That's not the beginning of that phenomenon. That might be expressed at that time, but we're talking like what, 4 or 5 generations deep, to where you know what I'm saying. As soon as they say, okay, they're not permitted to kill you anymore, like that. They're like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna live with them now. You know what I'm saying? We gonna eat lunch, and you know what I'm saying, use the same bathroom, drink the same water fountain and shit. It's like, but wait a minute. Everybody got a black grandmama used to clean these motherfucking houses, and what she say? They nasty. All the motherfuckers.
Yep.
Oh, they was so nasty. They was so nasty. It's like, you know what I'm talking about?
That man said, that man, Jesus didn't look like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Man, hey, let me Chris and Minaj. She repeated what the Namek said to Frieza in DBZ Abridged.
What did he say?
It's about fuck your face. Like, but I see new
alien
people.
genotype.
Yeah. Hey, but I see new people. Let me just acknowledge a couple new people. I see new people every broadcast, which is definitely a good sign that algorithm sure is working. Yes, Surge Blade 158. What's going on? Say nice, don't trust them. Don't trust them new ninjas over there.
Surge.
And also I saw another one that was kind of got me a little bit. Let me see if I can. Arm Jr. Yeah, that guy, Arm Jr. Okay, unless there's somebody hiding in a troll account. Like, what's going on, Arm Jr.?
That's a classic. Like,
classic. Where's Arm?
Trust them new niggas over there.
Oh man,
waving niggas sits in the air.
I actually thought Uncle Ruckus was just a caricature, but I've met brothers like that. That's a madness.
Look, every we gotta remember, when you watch the Boondocks, none of that shit is over the top, dog. You know what I'm saying? Really, it's extreme, but it ain't over the top, because extreme does exist. You got some cats like that, man, for real. So Mike, so who would you say was the worst cancel? Let's see. So far, I think we said Louis and Baby Yoda. You know what I'm saying? Louis C.K. Baby Yoda. So who would you that you know of? What would you say was the worst? You know what I'm saying? Cancel culture.
We said Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Oh right, yeah.
Kaz, the great Kaz.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm gonna be controversial, but I'm gonna talk about the bill. I won't justify the second name.
Right.
But yeah, that one.
Okay.
The reason why I say that is because now I don't know what the extent of what he admitted to, giving people drugs before doing all sorts of madness with them. Apparently, I'm not going to go down the whole legal thing.
Hold on. What madness? What madness? What was he doing?
Well, so he admitted to giving drugs to women,
okay,
and with their consent, and then they had sex afterwards.
Okay, hold on. Okay, say it again. Say it again.
So he met some women. This is what he admitted to.
Yeah.
He met some women. They all decided to take drugs together, and then they had sex after.
But obviously, you missed one phrase: with their consent.
Oh yeah. They consented to it. Yeah.
Case closed. Case closed. These bitches was a case of Hollywood hoes, and probably didn't get paid the way they wanted to get paid. But I mean, shit, bitch, you in Hollywood. I'm Bill Cosby. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the top of my game, running whatever the fuck I'm running, really motherfucking well, and you getting ready to pop this Alka-Seltzer, ho? And you know it is. So you know what I'm saying? Pop back, fizz, kick your feet up, bitch. Let's chill.
Right. No comment. No comment on that. But all I can say is every other person was doing exactly the same thing as he was. The fact that he was cancelled, that was very strange on that whole thing.
No, it wasn't strange. That's a power move. The thing is,
right, yeah.
Remember they said Nick tried to buy NBC or whatever, and even if he did, or even if he didn't, the fact that those rumors are out there, you know what I'm saying, is they don't like that. It's a bad look for them. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know the woman who was heading the Me Too movement? She was actually the one who was caught grooming an underage boy, and then she had sex with him while he was still underage. She's not in prison. And this is like not a controversy. This is,
look,
what the hell? I'm confused here.
Johnson put one up almost every other week where, some teacher being referred to as having sex with a student instead of raping the student. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, this is where we get the whole citizenry thing kind of mixed up. They operate on culture for a lot of things. This is why, they could, walk around drunk, M16 or whatever, body armed up. Sir, please go into your home. Please go into your home. You know what I'm saying? And survive the encounter. It has nothing to do with the citizenry. That has something to do with the aspect of the tribalism. It's just, again, we use all these colors, you know what I'm saying? White, black, or whatever ethnicity that you mark on that shit, and you think your shit has the same potency to the system as theirs do. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, it's that's the whole thing. The whole thing with white is white.
Yeah.
The fact that they claim white show you that they're on some white supremacy shit because they only made up the whole white shit based off some aspect of supremacy. If they wanted to show that they ain't that, all right, once y'all make another word for y'allself, just like y'all gave niggas about 5-7 motherfucking words. Nigga, Negro, Black, Afro-American, African-American. What the fuck? Why don't they give themselves a couple more hyphens and shit? Earn that shit.
All right, guys. We got Edward Anderson up here.
Peace, Ed. Peace.
I'm sure.
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on? You got the floor.
No, I'm actually doing some sound checks. That's why I guess kind of the main reason I wanted to come up here, man. Some of these devices I got, I'm trying to go through them. But no, what's up, man? I mean,
okay, so you're trying to increase the quality of your product. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I've been got this stuff. This is actually ironic because this is some shit that I've had this for like a year and I ain't messed with it because I guess the computer I was dealing with it was old as fuck, so I thought the shit didn't work. Turning out this motherfucker works perfectly because y'all can hear me pretty well, right?
Yeah. You cleared it all.
So it's a fucking computer. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Because I don't. Anyway, so I'd heard some of the stuff y'all talk about, like with fucking Sierra and Russell Wilson. Dude talk about white supremacy, but thing with white people, man, white people do that. If they didn't have black people, they do that amongst each other. They be separating each other, Anglo-Saxon, fucking Gaul. So that's just who they are. And I'm not taking nothing away from the racist shit they do. It's just understand that the main purpose you serve is really to keep them from fucking with each other. That's why they need you. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's why they need you. Because if you ain't there, then they're going to start, you already know, the J word. They're going to start looking at Eastern Europeans, all that shit. That's why Eastern Europeans tend to not be as fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
I find they can deal with black people a little bit easier, and that's the men and the women. Not saying there's a safe zone, but I'm just saying.
Look, it makes sense. You gotta say what's better for business, and if the whole business is all right, let's keep this white thing going. Everybody play your part, and shit it be good. But yeah, if they don't have, and that's why I asked the question. It's like, all right, what would you label it if you was the Irish who was being fucked over by the British? To us, they're all white and shit, so you can't use racism. What would you call it? And then why is it something different when it's a person of a different color, as opposed to it being what it would be?
Well, that's because that is for racism. With them, it would be more like tribal. I don't want to call it tribal. It is racism, but it'd be tribalism. And one thing about what you just said, two things, the business part, but the other part is what I always tell people, especially if I'm gonna talk to white people with racism, which usually I won't, because I don't give a fuck when it comes to what they think. But I'll say, look at how the Irish Republican Army operated with the Brits in the 80s. And look how they reacted to racism. They reacted to racism the same way the fucking Hezbollah did. When it comes to dealing with, Israel, lobbing bombs and shit. The same way. They did the same shit. So when people talk about terrorism, and this is, when you look at the Capitol riots and stuff, this is relevant today. It's like they'll ignore that because it's like you got people blowing shit up. You can't say that's anything but, because what is it? They'll say they're revolutionaries. And who am I to tell them if they are or aren't? Because it was Ireland is split. But you get what I'm saying. Long story short. So they know it's a difference. Yeah.
They won't call them terrorists. They'll call them extremists.
Yeah, and that's what they try to tag us with, that black identity extremist stuff. That's the one thing. I mean, I didn't like Trump like that anyway, but I don't like Biden like that anyway. But the one thing I did not want Jeff Sessions in there. I was like, yo, if you can get this motherfucker out of here, I can, because that dude was gonna try to flip it and try to make it like we the problem, black men the problem, and for what Trump got rid of him for different reasons, but I was happy when he got rid of him.
I mean, y'all know me personally. Hey, I would like to get the shit started. You know what I'm saying? We quit playing these games. You know what I'm saying? We get it cracking.
Well, I mean, getting it cracking, people say that until it really happens.
Look, it's only a fight for the infrastructure, dog. It's only a fight for the infrastructure. And in any aspect of any type of conflict over here, they would not be able to utilize the same tactics that they use outside of domestic areas.
That's what you think.
So the thing is, they sacrifice their infrastructure. Are they going to sacrifice their infrastructure, that which they need to keep running?
What you think. You got to see. You got this mentality about how this gonna go, and that ain't how it ain't gonna go. Like how you think it's gonna go.
You think they would serve their principle more than they serve their greed?
I'm saying that you think what you.
No, I'm asking you. Do you?
No, I'm answering your question.
They would serve their greed.
You're making the argument that black people, a certain segment of black men or whatever, can create a scorched earth policy in which they can blow up infrastructure. And let me give you that. You know what? I'll give you that. Let's say they do mess up infrastructure. All that is that's going to give an excuse for the real. This is how cold America is. The damage, and no matter how much damage you do, all that's going to do is do one of two things. Number one, that's going to give the real estate developers an excuse to just rebuild shit and keep your ass out of it anyway, which they already tearing shit down anyway. And because think about it, look at what they do in the hood. They just go in the hood, white people go in there, gentrify it, build it up. It's as if the shit never existed. I live in North Carolina. Everybody lives there. We're all seeing that. Even in, and then the other thing is, they'll use that for like 200 years as a mechanism to prove, oh, we knew they was going to try that. Even if they provoked it, they will provoke it. Then you're just defending what you're doing. Like, let's say they started doing the shit they did in Philly when they started firebombing shit and they just kept doing it and just people just got tired of it. Like, in fact, let's say it's a thing where they just started Trayvon Martin and a lot more people. And then this is like the one or two times dudes say, it ain't even a cop. We won't even say that on this platform. Let's say people just start going after Zimmerman types. Like people that ain't even police officers, but they say, you're not going to be out here around us. We talk about people that's gangbanging like that. That's all they'll need. If it's like a white person, I say a white Hispanic, Mayor, that propaganda, there's nobody's got the propaganda like the United States of America. And like when it comes to rebuilding shit, please, they'll say thank you for giving us the excuse to rebuild this shit anyway, so we can make some money. So I get what you're saying, but I think people underestimate, even some white people underestimate the kind of sophistication of how cold-blooded this shit is when it actually wants to be. It's very, very deep. And I'm not telling you what to do or what not to do because I don't have all the answers.
No. Okay, so I want to know what percentage do you think that they would sacrifice of the infrastructure?
Well, you need to understand that you're 6% of the population. And then on top of that,
I'm not talking about that like that. I'm not talking about as a black man.
Well, the real question is, what do you think? What percentage do you think they'll have to? What percentage of infrastructure do you really realistically? That's the better question that you think black people could damage if they really just wanted to be scorched earth. And like I'm saying, anybody, yeah. So when I say black people, I mean whether it's okay. Let's take black people out of it. That's easy. What percentage? What percentage of the infrastructure? If white people, no, I say that because white people are not necessarily going to go after other white people in the same way. We know that. Like you look at what they did in with Washington, where they did that standoff and bullshit. Look at what they did in Waco, Texas. They didn't just go in like they did with us. So that kind of allows you to stress test how they would actually, if they want to go around some shit but still deal with it, how would they do it? Okay. So what percentage do you think shit, look at what they think they did in the Capitol riots. At the end of the day, even if they would have killed some politicians, that wouldn't have been nothing but a thing. But
yeah, that'd have been a thing. That wouldn't have happened.
I'm like Oklahoma City bombing. I mean, look at 9/11. Even if people want to argue that didn't really happen, the building still came down. Whether you think they blew them up themselves, and look, like really, it only took years to build it because they wanted to leave that like that as a memorial. They could have built that shit within 2 years if they really wanted to. So, and honestly, America, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna say how cold-blooded some of these real estate developers are. A lot of them, they would love for a couple of cities to get hit, not the cities they live in. But we got some illegals coming. We got some builders. I mean, this is how Trump and them make their money. They love it. They like, damn, this shit with these cities is too slow. I mean, really, it's gentrification that's keeping them kind of satiated. I mean, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about people like Jared Kushner. Right. Like those motherfuckers. He got some slumlord stuff under his belt too. People forget that. So
you know what? It reminds me of that scene from Fifth Element when Zed was talking to Cornelius and they was going through the whole smash the glass and I'm saying, look at how life comes together with, things cleaning, working, constructing, all kinds of stuff. Through the chaos. So yeah, you're right in an aspect of those developers.
But I'll leave you with this. If somebody really wanted to get like really about it like that and say, what do we need to do? I would say, we're 40 million in population. I say what we need to learn how to do is be like double and triple agents, which means I'm talking particularly about black men. Black men need to learn how to, when I say go overseas, I'm not talking about running. I'm not talking about living overseas. I'm talking about we need to learn how to get in and get out of the United States. Meaning we need to learn how to speak second language. We need to learn how to speak Spanish. I'm not meaning we need to be able to move and I'm not even saying go get you a Latin broad and then get, because I understand the genetic argument, but there's plenty of, I'm talking about blacker than African Americans, women in the U.S. And a lot of it, think about if, I'm not saying all black people are black Spanish, but let's say somebody said, fuck it, I'm gonna learn how to speak Spanish just because I want to. Do you understand the type of genetic, I hate to say it like this, but I'm gonna say it like this, genetic material that opens you up to probably like another 75% of the black people that are actually in Latin America that are black that don't necessarily speak English.
Right.
And so if you want to keep it black, not kind of one drop rule black, hell, now Portuguese, that language is too fucking hard to learn. Spanish is going to be a much bigger, but even if you willing to learn Portuguese, because everybody ain't in the cities like that. See, the passport bros don't necessarily talk about that. And I'm saying that from a strategic standpoint to where it's like, okay, you can move in and out of the United States. You can forge relationships with people in that political relationship. And so if you're going to do that, like think of what's Asada Shakur, she's in Cuba. They've been wanting to get her ass. You know, even Obama wanted to get her.
Yeah, I remember that shit. Is she still there? I mean, people been saying that for years.
She is because you know she got away. You know, no nigga can get away, and that includes black women.
All right. Hey, we got comedian Miss Lips up here.
Peace, Miss Lips.
What's going on? Thanks for coming up. How's it going, Miss Lips? Okay. She can chime in.
I was just letting people know because people tend to think that, you know, because you assimilationist and all that. No, I can have the revolutionary conversation. It's not that I'm trying to tell people what not to do. I'm just trying to say sometimes I think people are on some, you know, high levels of testosterone shit. And I'm like, no, you have to be a lot. I'm not saying you, but you know, when you get in them conversations and how it gets revved up. And I'm like, look, that's fine and all. But if you don't really do that, I'm not saying everything gotta be planned out because plans, you know, man plan God's laughs, but it's got to be a certain amount of preparation. And this is why I say double. Even with the red pill shit, we can't move the same way. In real, and like I'm not saying you got to move differently, but you just got to be more socially and situationally aware.
So let me ask you this: how would you best start to combat these folks that's actually, you know what I'm saying, starting out pages and movements and stuff against the Black Manosphere? Because the thing is, you know, it was, you know, KS, you know what I'm saying, shine the green light and you know what I'm saying, just based off of association, you know what I'm saying, folks from the space is gonna catch that heat. And if, you know what I'm saying, the other narratives are permitted to flow too freely, then you know what I'm saying, it's gonna, you know, space gonna take hit. So as on this panel, you're an ambassador.
Am I the only one hears that?
Yeah, you're an ambassador.
There's somebody with some bad feedback.
Oh, I didn't know if that was my sound. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Hey,
Miss
Lips, is that you, Miss Lips? Yeah, the white man got his foot on your connection. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Well, the first thing to answer your question is understanding that the biggest threat to the manosphere is internal. It always is. So, you know, that's number one. So, and that's been proven. 2.0 proved that. When the man, and to be fair to 1.0, I'm not gonna say they quit. A lot of them kind of moved on. They, you know, they were the first iteration. They moved on to other things. Some of them still exist. I get that. You know, a lot of them were, I'm not saying they're all older, but people move on. And that's what's going to happen to a lot of 2.0 folks. I mean, you got to think, let's keep this all the way 100. A lot of 2.0 folks, at least the ones that really move like influence, a lot of them, I'm not saying, look, people can say this is bullshit, but look, they got revenue for it. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing because you need revenue in order to project your influence. You know, but, you know, I'm not going to be like, you know, you got like, let's take O'Shea, for example. O'Shea is studying to be a doctor. Okay, he now makes more money than what he ever would have made being a doctor. Now, I get that he has personal reasons to want to complete that. I understand that. I respect that. But I'm not going to act like when he says, you know, he was going to leave. I mean, you not, look, I'm not pocket. I mean, he say it. He did a screenshot showing that he gets like 20,000 a month. And that's off the YouTube AdSense. That's not super chats. That's not, no, that is super chat. That's not counting like all the other stuff, which I'm not pocket watching. I'm just give you a number. No niggas walking away from that.
Right.
Like that's my point. You know, they're not gonna just, oh, it's time to hang this shit up and say fuck. Especially when he invested like $10,000 in that blog. You know, and not to mention the people he paid. My point is, so you got people that's making less money, but still, if you making $5K, you know, I mean, doing this. Yeah. You know, like on top of other stuff you're doing, you're not gonna just walk away from that. You just not. So my point is, you have influencers that are doing that, and so that's the difference between 2.0 and 1.0. That's what I meant. 1.0 wasn't really getting revenue like that, and that's not why they left. But at some point, you know, it gets wearing down on you because you know the gynocracy is so established. That's the first thing. The second thing is understanding, being loyal to the truth. If the truth is with us and we're telling the truth, there's nothing they can do. And Kevin, that's a perfect example with Kevin. As much as the crazy, like, think of what these motherfuckers were doing. And they were crying. They were talking about emotional abuse. Motherfuckers are calling him, talking about, I don't want you to abuse me. I want to see them say that shit after he went at them non-black folks to that white chick the other day and basically neutered her ass. You know, they can't. No, you need to check that video. I was 30 minutes. He was going at that chick so thorough. They had that white dude Rolo Tomasi on, which, look, I don't know him like that because I'm not over in the white manosphere like that, but I know he's big dude, one of the bigger ones. All them motherfuckers got quiet. They just let Kevin talk. It was him, Donovan, that Fresh and Fit dude, because they were on the Fresh and Fit channel, and then on the other side was like, I think they were like melanated, but I don't know if they were black, and then you got this white chick. And she wanted to, it was funny. Like Kevin went at her just like he went at sisters. Just like it. Checkmate. Like, and it was funny because even certain sisters, like, that shit is at like 11,000 comments now. And the video's been up. The video's been up for like 24 hours. Like, it hasn't even been up that long. And so
the fact that these types of phenomena is occurring from women receiving this type of truth, it like you say, it's eternal. You know what I'm saying? As far as you said the problems of the manosphere are going to be eternal because it's what it stands on.
And here's the beauty of it. I'm gonna say this because it's probably the most important thing, and then I'll let y'all jump in. The beauty of it is two things are happening. These women are starting to act so out of pocket. You got other black women just starting to disavow themselves from those black women, saying, I'm black, but I ain't like that bitch. That's number one. And number two, because Kevin, and look, this ain't just Kevin. This is like Kevin's the biggest one. You got Mediocre Tutorial, you got a lot of people, and even at our level. Because when they come and find our stuff and they see this stuff is deeper than just somebody just doing it for views, like this stuff is really thorough, especially when they start finding he was in our sector, like years before, because they be digging. You have women that they're starting to feel more comfortable speaking out. Because now it's not like if I say something, I'm going to get my head chopped off. They more focused on that nigga because they can't stand how much money he making and all of that. So when I say something, they get more of the benefit of women rallying to that. Like, for example, Avery Woodley has this thing called The Same Team. She just had a thing talking about the disrespect of blue collar workers. And she invited dudes that were blue collar to come on and give their opinion. And she was going in. She was going in talking about she was going in. She was really advocating. And for those of y'all don't know, Tyrone Woodley was her husband. Right. So this is a woman that has a high value man, black man, got kids. This ain't somebody that she just found her way to YouTube just to make some money. She got her own main shit. So you got the Six Goddess, who she's been around. She's been around. She's bigger on Instagram, but still, this kind of helps her. You got I'm not trying to just go on a gauntlet of women. My point is you got a whole bunch of females other than people on Pay Attention to Jessica X. Other than that now, and some of these channels are newer too. That's another thing. You're seeing the birth of newer channels, and now it's okay. These people start to put their opinions. And say this. The biggest thing that if you didn't hear, if y'all in the chat didn't hear, because I know I'm long with it. If y'all didn't hear nothing else I just said, hear this one statement. The biggest thing we need to do in 2021 in the manosphere, I don't give a fuck if y'all hate me, who y'all like, what click, is we need to make it clear that we are not gender warring with people. Kevin is married to a black woman. I want to make sure. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is 100% correct.
Most of us that have kids in this space have it with black women. Most of us that don't have kids, they black. SYSBM is in the manosphere, but they are their own completely income. And even SYSBM does not mean don't date black women. It just means don't feel guilty if you don't. Right. They're going to be on my page. I'm going to find somebody that will. So this idea that we're gender warring women is a weapon that women use in order to make it like we're victimizing them. If you remove that, and I'm not saying you need the women, but I'm also saying don't get in their way if they're talking about black men need to be on the same page and they're not doing it from us trying to come back to the table. They doing it from a perspective of checking these chicks. That's the biggest thing. I mean, what's that chick? That chick with the big titties that was on O'Shea shit. And O'Shea had to low key disavow her because she got Shahrazad Ali on her platform because she come from the Hotep polygamy community. This woman.
Okay.
And she tried to get Shahrazad Ali to disavow Kevin Samuels. She really tried to pin her down in a way that she tried it. It was funny. And Shahrazad Ali, no, hell no, she didn't do that. She didn't fall for that. She's like, nice try, but no.
You know what?
You talking about the chick with the tatas?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then she's also talking about, oh, you all you hate Kevin, but you support him. And she was just pocket watching, talking about all the money he making, blah, blah, blah. And the thing is, the shit she was saying was way off. He actually does a lot more than what she was talking about. But the point is, O'Shea had to make a video low key really disavowing her. See, what people don't know is Twitter has Boolean operators. What is Boolean operators? That means you can put things in quotes and search things if you know how to really search engines. Twitter is like Google in that way. And so if you put something in quotes, like if somebody puts a video in a quote and they do a quote of a Twitter screenshot, you do realize you can put in like what that was said in that sentence in 2 quotes. You can find that exact tweet and find the person. It's very easy. So if people try to do shit under different names and shit, I can dig. If I really wanted to find a lot of shit about a lot of people, man, I could be the biggest doxer out this motherfucker. Like, all I need is a piece of data. And like y'all have no idea. Just any of y'all, see, I shouldn't even tell you. I'm not even gonna say that again, the Boolean operator, because there's a lot of different ways to do it. So anyway, but that's the biggest thing. Us being seen as this gender war shit, we are fighters of common sense. We tell the truth. If the truth is niggas ain't shit, we gonna talk about how niggas ain't shit.
I always said that though, Edward. I'm not pro-black. I'm pro-common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm loyal to. And if a black, this is why I love Lord Dorsey. As long as she's speaking, she's common sense. She shows I always tell people, you can be a street person, you can be out of the projects and still have common sense. This idea that you got to be a certain class, that's bullshit. I know people in certain classes that are stupid as fuck. I know people out of the projects that are smart as hell. So when I see somebody like that, it's like why I push Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch is very financially literate, one of the most financially literate dudes in the NFL. But you wouldn't think that if you would just look at people serious. Like, there's a dude by the name of Runway Billionaire. This dude literally has tattoos on his face and on his neck. This dude could probably help you with financial literacy, LLCs, all that better than anybody. He actually's got the money to show it. Yeah. So anyway, we're not gender warring against women. Like, and dudes need to stop trying to wear that moniker because that doesn't help us. And that's not really what we're doing. If a woman comes up here and she's spitting facts, we're going to agree with it. If they try to swindle in that bullshit, then we're going to call it out. It is the same thing with dudes. In fact, we give women a lot more rope than we do dudes.
Right.
Anyway. So that's how you deal with the sphere, to help the manosphere, removing that. Because once they can't say that, they can't say nothing. And again, I'm not saying you need the women to be in this space. I am for walling that off. I am for really creating a purple pill space that we control. That way we can keep the red pill separate from the purple pill, but it's still from a situation of they're doing what we want them to do as far as the conversation. Not no purple pill for niggas to just be on some, well, niggas fuck up just like women fuck up, as if these women ain't choosing these motherfuckers. No, not that purple pill, a more purplish red pill that we control. And if we control it, then we can influence it. So you have these women and you could put them here for all these niggas that need a bitch to say something for them to believe it's real. We understand. So you can hear it out of their mouth. This is why I love Dorsey. She's got like 160,000 followers on Instagram. That woman is literally the female version of Minister Jab. So you think I'm bashing black women? Okay, she gonna tell you why you a bitch, you a hoe, why your pussy stank, and why you can't get no nigga, and why these niggas are selling for you. So you go listen to her. And by the way, she's married. By the way, she's a singer. By the way, she's got her shit together, and she came out of projects. That's what she said. She's growing, And you say something, she gonna cut your ass out. So you hear from her, and then call it bashing and start crying and shit. You think Kevin's bad? Shit. These niggas ain't heard David Carroll.
Yeah. But like when people say that, they say that from their little echo chambers. And like I've said, they don't even have the spine to say who they're talking about. They just say little things that are very general. Like like I was saying earlier, like a lot of these anti-manosphere guys that know people in the manosphere, they're starting to say things like these guys do things like condone rape and pedophilia. They try to say the absolute worst things to take us out. And really, I'm glad that it hasn't worked. Or been too effective, because you have to, when you make strong accusations like that.
Yeah, Jason Black does that shit. I'm not gonna hide. I'll say his name. He's one of them. And I promoted Jason Black, but I'm not afraid to call it the bullshit. And yes, NEU, a purple pill space that we control. I would have a conversation with anybody like that. One thing about white supremacy people, this is about power. Power controls all sides of the conversation. You know, the mob did that with the law and all that. We control all sides. I'm not saying to control the blue pill side. I always say this: if you can control two sides of three sides, you control all three sides by de facto. So the purple pill stuff, if you deal with it, because black men are going to get married. Some black men are. There's nothing you can do with that. Rather than trying to say, don't get married, you say, okay, if you must do it, this is the smart way to do it. Or you talk about not necessarily getting a contract with the state, you know. You start talking about more cohabitation. You start letting them know aware of these laws. Know your state. Because these motherfuckers are coming up with crazy shit. Talk about you can babysit motherfuckers, still pay child support. Be aware of your situation. That rather than constantly telling people what they ain't gonna do, because then they're just gonna push back. Yeah, we say ultimately I recommend you don't do it, but if you must be a dumbass, I'm gonna tell you how to be a smart one. Maybe to minimize risk. Just like with people that don't smoke, or people that want to, like, just like people that don't smoke weed. Think about it. I don't smoke weed. Never smoked it. But you know, if I'm telling niggas you should smoke weed and wagging my face, then nigga, fuck you, shut your short ass up.
I don't know if you even on right broadcast or something like that. I'm just gonna go ahead and reveal that little secret right now. But
well, I'm just saying, I'm like, shut your short ass up. You know, that's what
you're just saying. But you know, Jonathan Morgan, shout out. For some reason, I always know new names. If you made a comment before and I just missed it, I apologize. But that's another new person as far as I'm concerned. He says, I think he's agreeing with Edward. He says, right, controlled opposition. At the very least, you want to be able to influence, at best impose your will on it, instead of leaving it to fester and potentially damage your movement.
Yeah, and we got to start thinking bigger than that, because because what happens with the red pill space is we've hashed out a lot. There's still a couple things that can be hashed out, but you have people that are eating each other, and some of them are trying to change, because everybody gets mad. Oh, well, we need to keep this a man's space. Okay, I understand that, but understand that this energy is not going nowhere. And the reality is, what do you want? Do you want women making money talking shit about you and lying on your ass, or women making money telling you what you need to hear? Because low key, what they're doing is they're giving a certain amount of credibility and validation of what we say, and that makes it harder. So if you take a look, Six Goddess has 16,000 subscribers. She has 141 or like 121 on Instagram. She's not going nowhere no matter what the fuck you do. Same thing with Danica Marie. Hell, even the bitches we don't like TKO, Macaulay, unless the government gets their law gets their ass. I mean, hey, shit, she'll find a way to come back there. Look, you've had bitches like Sansa Ray. The Jap has basically just hit the hammer on her constantly. And so the most effective way of dealing with that is if you can get a space where they over there, so dudes want to be over there, they can. Conversations can be submitted over there, but we still do what we do. If you see these women, like you take one like Six Goddess, all these women that look better, they have better relationships and all that. Women have no choice but to compare and contrast. You can't play the colorism argument. You can't play the featureism argument. And then if you have dudes that go over there, that's over there back and forth, like take a dude like Bernard. Bernard was married. Bernard, I would consider a purple pill guy. Yeah, he can lead red pill, but he was married, all of that. But that's not an issue. It's a matter of, are you speaking facts? That makes it harder for them to do what they do. It just does. Now, see, the problem is niggas are worried about the super chat money and like, oh, well, these niggas are going to give them all their money. Well, I mean, that's a problem with discipline. It really is. And that can be dealt with, but that can be dealt with too. There's ways to deal with that too.
And just 1 second. Speaking of super chat, Jonathan Morgan, salute to you as well. Thank you for that super chat, brother. And just like with me personally, I know I can't Like I'm gracious and grateful for every super chat I receive, but
Me
I'm
too.
not, and I'm not going to pocket watch other people. If they're making a choice to give them people their money, then hey, you know what? My thing is building a channel big enough for ad revenue to support it. You know, one day, not so much necessarily to rely on super chats. You know, to you know, because when you're able to rely on ad revenue like a lot of the bigger ones, then you know super chats are just going to be extra at that point. But
Yeah.
I'm grateful for whatever people give because they're giving it willingly. I don't put pressure on people to do super chats. I mean, and I don't care what the next man does, even if they are successful at it. Hey, they're successful at it. You know.
Yeah. Now, make no mistake, I am not an idiot. I am more for building men up because there is a risk that women can break bad on you. Most of the ones that have always showed the potential to do so, by the way. But I'm not for telling dudes to build. I understand that there's risks involved in that, and I'm not trying to build women up and then they just start flying off the handle and doing stupid shit. That's why I much rather us construct a chitlin circuit that we control so that we can wind it up and wind it down. This is why you don't hear me talk about this a lot. But what I will say is that, again, the only weakness we really have is two. It's the internal battles we do on each other over dumb shit a lot of times. And then the other thing is this perception that we're gender warring with women, because this allows a lot of dudes that want to go against us to this gives them validation. They have nothing to work with if they see some of us working with certain women that are definitely black women that are, you know, they have nothing to work with at that point. So they're stuck.
I say to exercise something that is not really applied to life very much, into just to act with a sense of fairness, at least, not to act on your own biases. It's easy to act on your own biases because that's what you relate to the most. But when you're dealing with a group of people, then you have to think in terms of that group, and you know, learn and know that it's not all about you at the end of the day. But if you're in it for a purpose, then that's going to involve other people automatically. And and like, if you're, especially if you're heterosexual, you want women involved. I don't care what you say. I understand you don't want women tearing black men down, and that's where the accountability and the talk piece comes from. This gender war thing is really kind of played out, and I understand that there are agents of chaos that want to keep it going. That's why they come at us with this whole y'all want women in the space and blah, y'all want these women to submit, and you want the respect for nothing, and you ain't giving them nothing to respect. That's why them niggas saying that shit, because they want the chaos to continue, keeping hoes stupid. That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, some of them is degree. It is a lot of that energy there, and there's degrees to that. Because ironically, I was on arts stuff, and they were talking about organizing him, Mike V, and Nagone, and then they would say that I wrecked it because I was telling them, I was like, at the end of the day, if y'all we know what the political infrastructure looks like, you know, environment is when it comes to the Democratic Party, and I'm not even talking about this for Democrats or Republican shit. I'm like, if we organize, we need to be aware of what our needs are, because here's the thing: the true stock of black men, of the true stock of the black community, is how are black males doing. Because if we're doing well, the women are going to do well just by proxy. Like, you know, if the women are doing well, obviously, look at how much they want to act like they're not even doing well. You give the resources to them. It's just like how they talk about when it comes to teaching somebody how to make their own money versus giving somebody, you know, welfare. You know, at the end of the day, you're keeping them where they are, because most people don't have the mentality to get themselves out of that. They just don't. You know, because if they did, they wouldn't necessarily. I'm not trying to jump on people's welfare, but they wouldn't necessarily be in that situation anyway. Especially if you're dealing with women. See, men don't even get welfare like that. So we know as kids, if we grow up and we're getting welfare, that shit ain't coming to us. And so, especially with women, this is why you can have generations of women on some bullshit. You know, so yeah, but that's the biggest thing. I think that's the thing we all need to deal with, because you know, which was more effective, us talking shit about the Michaela Pink situation or women calling that out? And shout out to Crimson Cure is the perfect example. You know, you have more women like that, and that starts to take effect. Then they're regulating each other, which is one of the main issues. Look, there is no reality where black men are going to just be absolutely regulating black women. They got to regulate their own ass. And to be fair, other races do that. Other races protect their brand. The women protect their brand independent of their men. They understand that their men are a key insurance policy that they need. So even though they try to wrestle control back and forth from them, they never try to. Most other, tell me if I'm this, you don't think this is true. What other, when I say race, I mean ethnic group too, even in the black culture, like Africans, Caribbeans, whatever. What other group of women do you really believe has this mentality where they can't, if either they win or black men win? There is no, they're both winning. So in order for them to win, black men have to lose. Number one, do you believe black women have that mentality overall? And number two, do you think, is there any other group that you think has that?
The basis of Eurofeminism was to dominate men. So yeah, white feminists would probably be the group closest to that. But as far as a constant perpetual competition, because I believe this, anything black women really say about black men, they see within themselves, is always projection. They're saying that we're competing with them, but they're competing with us. Yeah, so they feel like in order for it to be female empowerment, it has to be the depowering of the black male, period. Say, for instance, you have a black manosphere, you're going to have women naming themselves Black Woman Sphere. And there's actually a YouTuber that's named herself that.
Yeah.
So if you make a, like on Facebook, if you make a black man being brutally honest, there's going to be some female, and it's been 3 attempts already, and there's one group that's still going that's named this. There's going to be named of black women being brutally honest, and the excuses for their lack of originality is not your platform. But these are the same females that all the time say that men are trying to compete with them.
Yeah.
And we don't need to compete with these, you know.
No.
I honestly believe that most of what they say is a projection. But shout out to DJB Side 1965. He says, "Long live the habitual line steppers. Long live. Thank you for the super chat."
The difference between me and everybody else, because I see the chat, like the difference between me and everybody else when I say this is I'm not negotiating with myself as to how to bring them on board. I'm saying this is what I want and need to get from point A to point B. And then I'm looking for people to either fit that bill and demonstrate they might be able to be trustworthy, or they are trustworthy, satisfactory. And if I can't find them, I'm willing to basically keep stuff as it is. That's not an issue with me, or interchange who I need. It's just like when you're dealing with leads from a sales perspective, no matter what you're doing. You have this thing where if you have lead poverty, where you're calling leads hoping they say yes, versus if you have more leads that you can get to, and there's a variety of ways you can get to that point, especially if you're willing to call them. Or shit, let me say this in a better way. Let's say it comes to approaching women. If you have a mentality where you don't give a fuck, I mean, you really don't give a fuck. Like a woman rejecting you does not, let's say as long as it's not nuclear rejecting, she just outright disrespecting you like straight up, you don't have a problem with what she says because you don't care. Those dudes tend to do better with women, even if they're flawed, because guess what? They're going to run the numbers, which most people are not willing to do. Most dudes are not willing to do that because they look for a woman to validate them, which is a lot of what they're talking about in the chat. So yes, you're right. There are dudes, I'd say most dudes that are like that. So 8 times out of 10, when you hear dudes saying what I'm saying, you pretty much, they need women to validate them. And I'm not going to lie, that purple pill space is really designed to get a lot of those dudes, give them an environment to get them fuck away from here. So they stop constantly arguing what we doing. Like they'll agree with the logic, but then say, yeah, but I feel like, or some shit like that. Now they can hear it from a bitch, and then they can shut the fuck up and take it. This is why I refer to you motherfuckers to Love Dorsey, because she's going to be the closest thing to giving logic like a dude. And that way here, you hear from her so you can shut the fuck up trying to question me because of how you feel. Because I know they're not going to question her, and that's a part of power. Like you put out a certain face in order. Like that's what they do with Kamala Harris. They put her out there to neutralize people that will otherwise ask questions, and fuck them for being sheep and falling for that. But that's how it is. But go back to this Jason Black shit, and I'm not gonna make this about him. But yeah, man, you know it. Here's the thing that really annoys me about what he's doing, because I've listened to him for a long time, and I've heard him talk about marketing and WWE narratives, like kind of like promotion type stuff. And there's insight to that. The dude is an intelligent dude, but I also take a step back and observe. Okay, I've heard all these things you said. I've internalized them. So I got a lot of stuff, and then I'm looking at how you move in like a situation, and it doesn't even make logical sense. Like Kevin, like whether it's Kevin, Mediocre, O'Shea, whoever, even Coach Greg Adams and them, why is it doesn't make tactical sense for you to do what you've already observed Karazin did, you've already observed Rebecca did, when he had less subscribers, you know, where they just tried to throw rocks at him because they were mad. Keep in mind, those are women. As a dude, you should have just waited, because the thing is, a lot of these women will want a second opinion, and it's not like you had to do anything different than what you do. Jason's a lot more brutal than Kevin is. Like, go listen to that shit where Jason did the thing on the student loans. I had to turn that shit off, because he's got a black woman on there that's like really endearing and kind of older. Not old, but older, and she got her degree, and she just looks like all the hope in her eyes, and you hear Jason talk, and it's not about what he said, because what he said was absolute facts. There was chicks that were calling his ass with $250,000 in student loan debt, 32 years old. And so I'm seeing that picture while he's talking, and I'm just seeing how absolute fuck, like, cause he's going over mathematics with these chicks, and these chicks are responding to him, well, maybe I'll get a government job. And he's telling them it takes like a year to get a job like that, because they're going through your shit. You don't have the certification. They're going to want you to have that up front. You know, I know no nigga gonna marry that knowing that you got that kind of debt. Because if it was, they would have did it already, because they would have got the dude they wanted, because they would have looked good. And he's just saying, if you pay $1,000 a month every month, you're gonna be fucking 60 before you do it. And I'm like, everything he's saying mathematically checks out. But just seeing them constantly go back to the loop of the programming that they were told and hope. And he even said it. He said, those people don't got your best interest at heart. And he was like, if you were my daughter, I would have never let you pay for that. And he didn't say school was all bad. He said there was times where it makes sense. And he gave certain schools and within universities, depending on professors and what they know, where it makes sense to pay money like that. But he said, my daughter would never pay for that like that. And you all are the only ones out here thinking you're going to black girl magic your way along. And I'm not going to lie, I had to turn it off a little bit, because it started to emotionally affect me, because I knew how fucked this chick was. And it was like 3 of them. And the only one that had a really good shot was the one that was married. And it's like, wow. I'm like, wow, man.
Yeah, he was going hard, man.
Yeah, okay. So thank you. Niggas think I'm just bitching up.
Yeah, he was going hard, dude.
And that you know the picture I'm talking about, right? When you were looking at it.
Yeah, I didn't see the picture, but I was listening to it.
You should see it. It's like just the hope in it. Like, she got her degree, you know, she got to this point, maybe she had a kid, and she's like, the woman looked like she was probably like 40, 41. And it's like all this debt. And then when you hear like Kevin talk about a PhD, people think that shit's funny or he's being belittling, but he's doing it in a little bit lighter way. And shout out, I mean, for real, it's got to be said that way too. But my point is, I can kind of let the shots go to a certain extent, because it's like, at the end of the day, even if Jason don't like us, here's the funny thing. It ain't like they getting worse talk than we are. So he talk about he the black authority, he know all this shit. Okay, he's giving a much harsher verdict than what the fuck we saying. So, and, you know, even Satan the sinner, you know, you talk to him, he's a fucking asshole.
He's a lot harder than Kevin. He's a lot harder than Kevin.
Yeah. So like you want to talk about what no hope sounds like. And the thing is, Jason doesn't get off on doing that. My thing though, and this goes back to what he's doing like disappoints me. It's like, dude, you're doing this for no reason. You're literally allowing your ego to basically fuck up your own subs. Jason would have built that channel a lot faster if he would have think about if Kevin would have came to his show and did an interview, because you know Jason's interview people. Think of, like, I'm not saying Jason's raised $750,000 on documentaries. Look, ain't nobody saying you need nobody, but why would you make your shit harder because I call, shout out to you, Kev, for doing the Highlander syndrome. That's dumb, and that tells me, okay, well, you not as like is you vulnerable to the bullshit just like a lot of other people. You just try to act like you above it. And then this is where not seeing his face comes up in my head. And this is seeing like, okay, the megalomania, because it's like Kevin is not the most humble guy either, but he's demonstrated humility. But Kevin, yes, I believe Kevin's elitist and shit too, to a certain extent. And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, if you don't let that run off the rails. But it's like, dude, it makes no tactical sense for you to do that. Because I ain't never heard you really had that much smoke for Derrick Jackson when Derrick Jackson is just straight up lies to women. See, people don't got this kind of, they make videos about Derrick, but they don't have the same kind of emotional energy. I'm talking about men. Fuck the women. We know they're mad, but men don't have that same kind of emotional energy when it comes to Derrick, like some of these dudes be having with Kevin. And that's just some shit that I pay attention to, man. Even bigger content creators. Like that nigga is really mad. He really just is burning that Kevin is where he is. And it's not just Kevin, because he was talking shit about Donovan and Coach Greg Adams first. And it's like, nigga, even Jason Black, when he talked about Donovan Sharp and then Coach Greg Adams. And that was easy because all he could do is say they like white women or they cater to white people, which technically they don't. They just cater to a general audience. And then his people pro-black, they go at him. Then he gets to Kevin, and you can see how he was trying to give Kevin credit on his video shit, because he always talks about video as he did documentary, and then he slowly started talking shit. And then this was a while ago. Then he did like 4 videos that day. I've never seen Jason do like 4 streams in one day.
Damn, was he triggered?
He had to have been, and it wasn't technical difficulties, because Young Grizzly was over there listening to it, and Young Grizzly called in. I got a point here. He's fast forward to today. Last couple of weeks, he'll do like these little, on his business page, the business, he'll do these little posts. Like he said getting on World Star don't mean shit. Then he want to do a post getting on World Star, kind of congratulating himself, which is cool, fine. That's an accomplishment. But he does that by hating on Kevin. The post was about hating on Kevin, but him on World Star. So
that last one was about 5 hours though, that he did with that woman.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
hours, man.
He's got his post on the business now saying anybody that capes for disagrees at all with what he's saying is automatically banned. So anybody that tries to thread the needle and say, come on, he's got some good points, that nigga ain't even done that with Cynthia G. Because I've been listening to Kevin for Jason Black for a while. I ain't never seen shit. The only other person I've ever seen him at that kind of smoke for was Tommy Sotomayor. And they got history. I've never seen with the people he's gone at him actually say, Jason usually is like, okay, he'll go in on you, or he'll go in the chat and then go back and forth. But for him to say, if you say anything, you're just automatic banned, I'm not even going to entertain it. I was like, oh, wow. So Mr. Authority don't even want to bring it to court. Okay.
Oh, so
this is a dictatorship.
So that guy says if you disagree with him at all or try to make it a debate, he is blocking you.
When it comes to, he didn't even say specifically Kevin, but that was under that post though, and he was trying to make it like it was everybody. I'm like, dude, you act like people can't observe you, and I think he counts on the fact that people are they're just gonna, I don't know, man. And I understand he's got a tribe like that, and they're really in it. But my thing is, I've never been above calling bullshit for anybody that I respect, because I'm an independent thinking individual. But yeah, and I was like, damn, so you don't even want to have that speaks volumes to me. And I can take the tactical information you have, but still say, nigga, yeah, you 44 years old on this bullshit. I mean, end of the day, dude, you ain't got no kids. You ain't ever married. Look, I can believe that black women have given you proposals and you that nigga, guess what? You still ain't married these chicks. So you that nigga, but you ain't married one. It's like you going in the fruit section and I see you pick up all this fucking fruit and then you don't just put it down, you just drop that shit. But then you come to tell me, yeah, that fruit's fine. Well, nigga, why didn't you buy it? Well, you need to just nigga, why didn't I mean shit, maybe it is, but it ain't good in this store. Well, nigga, you in the conversation. Oh, okay, that's what we're doing. Okay.
All right. Real quick, David McFarland, another new name. I don't remember seeing you before. If you were here before, but welcome to the channel. And for all you new and existing people watching, I'm here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But guess what is about to happen to this broadcast right here? Is 3 letters, END. So, fellas, let's go ahead and get those final statements. It's been a very good broadcast. Thank everyone who came up here. But go ahead, whatever one of y'all want to go first.
I'll go ahead and go first. Kev, I just want to thank you for letting me come up. This is my first time. But I've always enjoyed all the shows, your show, Roger's show, Kevin, and all you guys, man. I've been on YouTube for about a year now, and man, I'm excited. I'm old school. I mean, I'm 66 years old. We didn't have nothing like this, so I just want to thank you for showing me how to get up here, and the conversation was great. And so, thanks for letting me come up.
All right, no problem, and thank you also for being very polite and professional as well, and being courteous to the panel. You're welcome up here at any time you feel like voicing your perspective. So, appreciate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, Edward.
Yeah, like, I want to make it very clear. Me saying that we're not here to gender war does not necessarily mean build a purple pill space. It means that, we need to not allow people to make it eat, because let's keep it 100. Most dudes in the manosphere, not all dudes, but most dudes in here, these women don't have an issue coming up here and having conversations with us. But they a lot of them, and this goes for the dudes that like to cape for them, they do not want to have a serious conversation on the other side. And this is some old YouTubers as well as new YouTubers. And I'm not even talking about Jason necessarily on that. That's number one. Number two, as far as the Kevin and people want to live vicariously through talking shit to females, it's not about talking shit. It's about the fact that Kevin, make no mistake, Kevin's stuff is growing because there is a big swath of women because of the environment. Now, we can understand that if the environment changes, they change, but they are promoting his shit. Once this shit gets to a certain level, it makes it a lot harder to put it back in that bottle. And yes, it's a guilty pleasure for people to hear motherfuckers talking shit. Sure, I'm not going to say that's not a thing at all. But it's the same thing. That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing, because awareness, when people want to talk about organizing and all of that, that's fine. But awareness is the biggest thing. That's the biggest problem that we have. So with that being said, everything that I'm talking about is really in conjunction of being aware. That way, motherfuckers can't hide behind the bullshit, because black people have a tendency to want to sweep shit under the rug and not speak to shit and then hope the shit goes away. And this is why we don't move forward. And this is why I know a lot of people are not serious about moving forward. This is why I just do me. So, and as far as and Zero talked about this, black women 1,500 miles south of us, but you have to learn Spanish. I completely agree with that. And I completely agree. And I'm not, I need to learn Spanish. That's probably one of the, I don't regret shit, but if I could rewind the clock 10 years, I would have took that a lot more seriously. If for nothing else, to have the option. And that's what I would tell millennials too. Learn that shit, even if it's for you to learn something. I mean, technology makes it a lot easier to do that. And yes, I am completely for importing chicks, solving that problem of importing them without them fucking up the feminism, corrupting their ass. I don't know how to solve that problem, but somebody needs to do some research on if that is a solvable problem, because I'm all for importing and doing what we did to Ford and General Motors and just get a Toyota because these motherfuckers on some bullshit. But anyway, it's been a great show. I hope I was able to contribute in a satisfactory manner. If you all don't know me, check me out in Edward Anderson. Type in Edward Anderson. Check me out. I talk this type of shit all day, long wind as well, and it's been great.
Edward, it would be impossible to ever deny a contribution to any conversation that you make, sir. Duly noted, man. You did offer a lot to the conversation, and I always appreciate that. So
yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta catch you. I'm glad y'all promoting the Black Dimension more. Y'all need to start email. You need to start hitting me in the Telegram about that more, because I definitely want to contribute to that more. When you look at like WandaVision and a lot of this stuff coming up, I'd rather contribute to y'all stuff and promote y'all stuff than necessarily me create yet another channel, because I don't want to have a whole bunch of channels and shit. So just keep that in mind. But anyway, that's it.
All right, Edward. Appreciate you. And that Black Dimension he was talking about, that's the Habitual Line Steppers pop culture entertainment channel, where we talk about basically, everything that is entertaining in pop culture. So this weekend, I'm trying to get the fellas together to talk about Coming to America 2. I haven't had a chance to sit down and watch it yet, but sometime this weekend we're going to be doing a panel on that. So for anybody that goes on panels and that are within the Black Manosphere and on Black YouTube that is interested in coming joining panels about entertainment and pop culture topics, then the Black Dimension is very well the channel for you. So look in my community tab. I do have a couple of Black Dimension posts. And the Roger Report, he has some Black Dimension broadcast that we did in the past in our community tab too. So by all means, check those out and hit the subscribe button, help us grow. Because Edward, I would agree with on one thing. This is not like a gender warring space. That is just something that's said to discredit the space as a whole. Because if you look at the many different channels in the Black Manosphere, there are a lot that deal in money making and telling you how to improve your financial situation through either trying new avenues for making money, or even we have a lot of guys in this space that talk about investing in the stock market and things like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and among various other things. So if the only thing that you're getting from this space is that it's a gender warring space and we hate women, then and yes, there are guys that do that. But if they are operating as a successful content creator, and I guarantee you that there is a lot more to their space than disagreeing with females and trying to take females down. As much as people try to take the Black Manosphere down, I'm surprised there are not more Black Manosphere guys that's really pushing back against that. But when you're winning, why would you need to respond to haters? Let the haters hate. Let potatoes potate. Whatever we decide to do, but we're always going to run into little problems like that. I do wonder why a lot of the people who are critical just stay in their echo chambers and not try to talk to anyone that they feel like is over in this space. Because in order to say that this group of men are broken, or like a guy on his channel was like, oh, well, 90% of the guys in the Black Manosphere will never see submission. It's like, okay, you keep trying to make shit an issue with the Black Manosphere that isn't in real issue with the Black Manosphere. So, like, there's always a dumbass. And I mean, when I say dumbass, I mean it in a loving way. But it's just I love my fellow brothers, man, but sometimes I can't stand y'all niggas for real. So as far as this cancel culture thing, yes, Black people do kind of cancel each other, but let's go ahead and call it in a few cases some people find their way back, and I really wish it was more so than others. I mean, Zero, I absolutely agree. with what you're saying. What you're saying is making a lot of sense, but you did open up dialogue for a great discussion in that chat, and I was paying attention. I mean, I am so glad I have like a non-ratchet chat. It's like it's a beautiful thing to see, and I want us to continue setting that kind of behavior on this platform. And I am usually respectful when I go on others' platforms as well. So just be sure to check Zero out, man. Really smart brother, and he has a lot to say, and his perspective to me is legit. I don't agree with all of it. I will never agree with a person 100%. So, don't take that with a grain of salt. But this cancel culture thing is kind of weak. It's just a keyboard warrior from the internet picking the one thing they hurt their feelings and then having a crusade against it. And really, honestly, the opposite to me of cancel culture is handling it objectively and debunking it, efficiently and factually. Otherwise, you just look like a little whiner. Because to me, most people that implement that cancel culture shit are just whiners, period. And that's not cool. I mean, cool by definition, not that other bullshit that some of y'all be talking about. But anyway, you know, um, black people, we need to do better, and we always have room for improvement. And before you adopt the ways of other groups, just give it some thought. That's all I'm saying. With any of these broadcasts, I just want you to give some things some thought. Now, let me shout out comedian Miss Lips real quick. Sorry you didn't get to speak much, but like you said, maybe next time. So, yeah. So, okay. I do appreciate the super chats that I received tonight. You guys are excellent. And everyone who pressed like, everyone who tunes in, the intelligent men and women who participate in the chat, you're all appreciated. And also a special shout out to the habitual line steppers, as always, my brothers and sister that is, we're seeing each other through this journey, and all the progress we've made since we've gotten this habitual line stepper thing together is very motivating, and it's gonna keep me doing this. So, okay, one more thing. At the beginning of this broadcast, I may not be able to do one or two of the broadcasts next week. I probably encourage Donnie to cover one of those nights if he can. So go ahead, go to Donnie's channel, YES4W sub, and hit the notification bell, because I may actually ask him to do one of the shows next week. But I haven't really. I'm saying this on the air. I haven't really asked him yet, but but I'm gonna I'm gonna probably not be available for one or two shows. But hey, you know what? I'll make it up to y'all some kind of way. So anyway, continue to check out everything I'm doing on this channel. I do upload shorter videos. And just continue to be as great as you've always been. And I am done for now. This is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Enjoy the show. See you guys. Shout out to D Scott. You can always watch it when the video uploads for replay. So, or you can go back to the beginning, because that's how YouTube operates. Oh shit, but it'll be available for replay. But great spending time with you guys. See y'all tonight. Don't know what the topic's gonna be just yet. Tonight, as in Saturday night. But I'm sure it'll be a great show. So long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev we trust. Goodbye.